Hello, hello, hello. Yo, Wiz, how's it going? Rogue Spectre, what's up? Racing, how's it going? Uvu, what's up? Give me 1 second. I gotta ping Discord. What's up, Kristen? What was your old name? Hope all of you guys have been having a good weekend. As someone that enjoys this game casually, it's tiring seeing people try to ruin everyone else's fun. They need to go play real games and stop whining about Hoyoverse. I well, I guess I'm technically one of those people, but hopefully I'm not that bad. It's raining, Rogue Spectre. Yeah, it was actually raining here over the weekend, kind of off and on. Doom, how's it going? Happy birthday, dude. Um, Sayori, hey, what's up? How's it going, Celestial? Oh, Kristen, were you hissy on the previous streams? Is that who you were? Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure who you were since you changed name, but hello, welcome back. Who would win, 100 global passive versus one HSR player? Definitely the global passives. Um, but yeah, Guardian Soulblade. I think I think some people take hating on the game to the extreme. Um, like you can dislike what things do, but or what companies and like the game companies do and that kind of stuff. But I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that like everything about it is wrong. So like for a second, you thought I was talking about Affinity Nikki. No, I haven't actually played that game. Although I have heard there's been some stuff recently where they like increase the amount you have to roll for a character. You play FGO, nothing phases you. Yeah, I I mean, as an FGO player myself, I kind of get it, but like some people go to yeah. I think for me at this point, I've kind of come to, for lack of a better way to put it, I've somewhat come to terms with how Hoyo has been doing stuff recently, and it's like, is what they're doing bad? Yes, but it's really only bad in comparison to how they used to do things, not necessarily in terms of like the global gotcha landscape. And like, sure, that could punish them eventually, like if gotchas with better systems release. But yeah, their complaints are understandable, but people are trying to bully others into quitting. Yeah, I think that's insane. Genuinely, I think that's just wild. In my eyes, I kind of just like I say my piece, and then I'm like, all right, I'm done. It's up to the player or the person watching my videos or the person I'm talking with, let alone a video, to be like, okay, here's how I feel about that, and then here's what I'm gonna do about it. Like it's not my place as a creator or as a person against the bad things that have been happening to tell someone just quit. That's actually that's actually something that gets told to me a lot, where they're like, well, if you don't like it, just quit. And I'm like, well, I'd rather say my piece first. But um, criticism get to the point. Criticism gets to a point where it's excessive and just gets copy pasted with no new arguments. Yeah, that's definitely fair. 100%. That's why you're giving League another chance. Oh no. I genuinely I don't think anything could be worse than League, even gotcha games. So I don't know about that one, Celestial, but hopefully it goes well. All right. So plan for today. I have pure fiction to do. There's also this combat event that I haven't done yet. And then I also wanted to talk about the Fate collab a little bit because that is super exciting for me because I've always been a Fate fan. So finally seeing stuff for that after a year is like insane. Um, but yeah, how do you guys feel about the collab stuff that was announced? Saber, Archer, the ultimate animation for Saber, and then I guess free Archer. You like the combat event? Awesome, that's good to hear. I mean, I heard it was easy, but like, as long as it's fun, being easy isn't necessarily a bad thing. You don't care for Fate, you just want to play Blade Auto Chess? Dude, I uh I saw that earlier. That's insane. That if that game actually ends up as auto chess instead of like a Pokemon game, I feel like that's such a missed opportunity. Like I feel like a Pokemon style Hoyo game would actually go kind of hard. Like would I be able to take it seriously? Probably not, but I still think it would be really interesting. You wish the combat event was more oh, you wish that combat events happen more often? Yeah, that would be nice. Also, L, I missed you earlier. Hey, what's up, dude? You thought it was going to be a full version of the Pokemon event and got excited, but you don't like auto chess? Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen what that game actually is. Like, if it's Pokemon, that would be neat. I mean, if it's auto chess, personally, I would be less excited, but I'm sure people will find it neat regardless. I mean, when Teamfight Tactics came out, I was actually really into it for the first season of it. I thought it was pretty fun, and then after that is when I kind of started to be less interested. Are you a doomer if you say the new Hoyo game is going to be mid? I mean, it's we know literally nothing about it, so probably yeah, I would kind of say so. You hope that Nasu is writing the collab and they also make it longer. I hope so. What I really want, Guardian, is for Nasu to have a direct role in the story writing and for it to be just as long as the Amphoria story chapters have been. Because then people will realize how you can do long stories that are actually good. Like, uh, and that's not to say, I mean, that's not to say that, like, I dislike Hoyo stories. I think, genuinely, I do think the overall story of Amphorius is fine, but how it's told isn't. And if people could see what another writer could do, like Nasu, if he's actually given free reign to just, like, cook, that would be insane. You'll actually read the Fate collab? Yeah, I'm so excited for it. I think genuinely seeing the stuff yesterday was probably the um was probably the most excited I've been for HSR in quite a while. So does that mean you don't like Emphoria's story so far because it's ruined by the dialogue bloat? I I mean, sort of. It's not really. That's not really what bothers me with it. I mean, it's definitely a small part, but not as a whole. You actually need to watch Fate now. Rogue Spectre, have you not watched Fate before? I totally recommend it. It's a lot of fun. People will tell you that you need to watch Zero first, you need to watch Unlimited Blade Works first, but genuinely it doesn't really matter. They both spoil each other. Both are good to watch. And then after that, after you watch either one of those, watch the other, and then Heaven's Feel after that if you're still interested. Heaven's Feel is 3 movies, and then both Unlimited Blade Works and Zero are like anime, with like a seasonal anime. You'll just watch both, right? But there's like it's been like a debate in the Fate community since like time eternal of which one you watch first. So basically, what I'm saying is like if you're like Googling it and you see one person say watch Zero first, and you see another person say watch Unlimited Blade Works first, like what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter. They both spoil each other, so just watch whatever one seems more interesting first. It's a never-ending debate about watch order. Yeah, pretty much. You need to find someone to simp for in Fate. I mean, there's a lot of characters. If you are, I will say, if you're just thinking the anime, there's definitely a much smaller pool to choose from. But if you are thinking the universe as a whole, then there is a lot of different characters. I mean, yeah. I actually wanted to bring something up while we're talking about Fate here. Hold on, let me pull up my browser. Would a Giguk video suffice? So the Giguk video, I would not consider that a good representation of the timeline and that kind of stuff, but I would consider it extremely entertaining and a way to get you excited about the Fate universe. If that makes sense. Like, because at the end of the day, regardless of whether Giguk is right or wrong, he's just a guy that was passionate about Fate, and to me, that gets me, like, when someone is super passionate about something, that gets me more passionate about, or, like, potentially getting interested in it. So, like, definitely would not take what Giguk is saying in that video at, like, face value, but it is definitely, like, a fun watch that might be like, okay, I'm more excited to get into Fate now. Nova impact of FGO, maybe. All right. Give me a second. I'm pulling this up on screen. How do I do this? There we go. Okay, so I found this really interesting. So apparently, the original art that was shown at the concert is actually different than the art that was posted on Twitter. So the top one is the one that was originally posted at the concert, and the bottom one is what was posted on Twitter. And there's some differences here. So like if I zoom in here, Saber's face is different here versus here. The Grail in the background up here is different. It's not even there. The background in general is kind of different. You can see the city more clearly. So I just thought that was kind of interesting because like that makes me think. I wonder if it was like a story spoiler. For those of you that don't know anything about Fate, basically the premise behind them is that there's a Holy Grail War where like mages summon heroic spirits from history, and then they fight to get the Grail, which I guess would be this thing, and then that would grant them a wish. So like this Grail is extremely important to the overarching, like, I guess, stories of the different Grail Wars that the stories have. So yeah, I wonder if it was like if this is like a spoiler and that's why they removed it between the two splash arts, or if they just wanted to like simplify it and that's why it's different. But I just found that really interesting. Um, let me try to start. I don't know if I can look at this. Do I get blocked by Elon? No, I think I'm good actually. All right, cool. Um, okay, so here's both of them. Emiya also looks pretty cool. I mean, he's slightly redesigned from like actual Fate media, but I still think his design looks pretty good overall. Like I feel that his design actually fits into HSR pretty well and is very faithful to the original like his original design, which is nice. You're just happy that we finally got our first quantum mail after literally 2 years. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Maybe maybe Emiya is the sparkle buff we needed all along. He's gonna do like burn a bunch of SP and stuff like that, so you need an SP generator. You don't like how they have the leg strap. You're so confused why every Hoyo character has that now. So funny, it's actually really funny you mentioned that, Celestial. Hold on. Emiya FGO. Because in his actual design, bro has even more straps. Look at all these. But in like on the other hand for Saber getting this leg strap down here, yeah, that definitely doesn't make sense. Yo, Wax, how's it going, dude? Obligatory ham bracelet. Yeah. It's the garter of playability. Yeah. Oh, is that how it works? Do they need they need the thigh strap, otherwise they'll never be playable. That's actually hilarious. So you're scared that Archer will be a Yan Qing and since he's being given out for free. Um, Honestly, I don't really think so. Like usually collab characters are pretty decent because they have to give you a reason to get invested in the collab. Um, and then also if you think about it, Ratio is pretty good and he was free. I mean, he's fallen off now, but you know, it's been a year and it's not like you can't clear content with him, so has anyone donated calling you a bottom yet? Not yet, X. Maybe in the future. I don't think we've seen hints yet. There's a Reddit post where they show that Takeuchi pulled from Saber's different designs for this one. I did see that, yeah. I mean, I didn't agree with all of them. Like they said that like the leggings were pulled from one. It's like okay, as if you need to pull from a Saber design to get leggings. But yeah. Ratio is weird. He's good, but is one of the worst characters to get when you start the game. I mean, is he though? Because like, can't you just run Peloton Yun? Unless he has a specific like trace that you're thinking of. The thing you hated about Ratio is how premium debuffs were in his best team back then. I mean, like I don't know. Like I never when Ratio released, I was still running him with I ran him with Peloton Yun for a very long time. And like he was fine. Like eventually, yeah, the Topaz Ratio Robin team came out and like that was obviously the best you could get, but like for quite a while, Peloton Yun was more than fine to clear content with him. You still haven't built your ratio. You have to finish Ranmei, Welt, and Clara first. Oh, are you Guardian Soulblade? Do you mostly use like free characters, or are those just characters that you're just decided to work on? Follow-up teams tended to be really expensive in terms of 5 stars and light cones. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess there was people were saying like you needed like E1 S1 topaz and stuff like that, but you're free to play. You missed the game for several months and missed all the good supports. Okay, okay, okay. I will say, I mean, I would highly imagine that Sunday is gonna get a rerun sometime soon. I mean, his he still hasn't had one, and he was released in 2.7. Like it's been a while. So Sunday might be a good pickup for you. I don't know if you actually like him or not, but if we're just talking about like good supports. But yeah, I am. I have to say, I'm genuinely very excited about this collab, and it's soon too. Like that's only 2 months away, which I'm pumped about. So question, do you guys think that so they say here this collaboration warp will be available over a long period of time. Do you guys think that just means they're going to do what ZZZ did with Miyabi where it runs the full patch, or do you think it's going to be what other people are saying where it'll run the duration that Emiya is claimable for free, which is like until 3.6 or something? You guys think the full patch? L, you think it'll be several patches. Okay. Yeah, I was kind of leaning towards it's just the one patch. Because I feel that would be insane. Like, if they give you all the way, like, if they give you from when he releases in 3.4 all the way until like 3.6, that would be nuts. Like, you could literally just like start a new account, or you could even have an old account where you've already farmed everything, I should say. And then in the time period, just from daily logins, you would be able to get enough to like get Saber. You think Archer's going to be mid? I genuinely, if Archer is mid, I will be surprised. I don't think so. What I think they're going to do is they're going to make an E0 Archer fine, and then they're going to make his Eidolons disgustingly broken. That's what I'm thinking. So like think of it this way, right? Like so let's say Archer's ult is a single target nuke, but then his E2 makes that single target nuke blast. Like you're going to get so many people going for that E2. Like there are very very easy ways that they can make the characters enticing to roll for even if the base copy is good. Boot Hill E6 moment. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Uvu, are you planning on rolling on Saber's banner? He has a light cone too. Yeah, exactly. The light cone could be busted too. Like realistically, they could make him fine, and then you have to get his light cone for him to be really good. Because like here's what they could actually do, which would be like an easy monetization practice for to get people to spend a little bit, like just a little bit, right? So imagine this: Emiya is free, and then they also give out a free light cone, right? Like an event light cone. But what if that event light cone is only usable on Saber? So now you not only do you have to get Emiya a light cone, you also have to roll Saber for the event light cone to actually be decent. So like this is what I mean. Like they can make Emiya like a decently strong character because there are so many different ways that they can monetize outside of that. Like Archer doesn't have to be bad or Archer doesn't have to be insanely good for them to still monetize it. They just did that with Anoxa. Yeah, that's fair. To be fair, Hunt is the best Herder Shop light cone replacement. That's also true, but if you think about it, like if we go back into HSR here. Uh, how many hunt characters are there? So out of all of these hunt characters, the free-to-play's best in slot is going to be the Herticone. These 8, I guess. So like you could only have it on so many people. And sure, some of them are bad, right? No one's gonna run Dan Heng or Su Shang or Yan Qing. But there's still 5 other characters that want that light cone. So like if Emiya is yet another one, then that's like a whole nother thing that you have to consider. Oh, Boot Hill. Oh right, this only shows characters I own. Wait, why isn't this, hold on, how do I look at like total characters? Is it in the data bank? Oh, there we go. Alright, so there's even more. Okay, so Boot Hill can use a 3-star, sure. Topaz wants it though, so that's yet another. Assuming you have all of those, that's fair. That is fair, Wiz, but Sela you can lose 50/50s to now. Ratio was free, so a lot of people have him. And then Fei Zhao is one of the more popular characters in the game. So like, and even if you don't have these guys, it's reasonable to assume that you would have these guys as well as an alternative. So what they could also do is make him have a niche only buffed by his light cone to sell more. That's, yeah, that is 100% true. So Su Shang will be meta in the new Honkai game when she drops her massive cock on her foes. Ain't no way. That's funny. Yo, Sin, I just want to let you know that your message last stream about Cypher is pinned in it's pinned in one of the channels in my Discord. You are forever immortalized for what you said last stream. Based? Okay, okay. Um but yeah, so Archer is supposedly free to claim until 3.6. I think that's around I want to say that's around as long as a ratio was claimable for. I could be wrong. When was ratio free? He was given for free in 1.6 and was available until 2.1. So 2 patches. So it's about the same then. Did I get a Noxa? No. I am. Hold on. Are you guys gonna be able to see this? So I rolled on Anoxa's banner to try to get a copy of Moe's. I didn't get it again, so I'm like 150 pulls on banners that Moe's is on without a single copy. That's really awesome. And I'm all the way up to like 70 pity. And I was okay doing that because I was assuming that the Fate collab it would just use your existing pity, but it doesn't. So I've now got 70 pity that I need to decide what to do with. Actually, wait, 75? 76. Okay, so literally in one pull, I'll probably get a 5-star. And I'm debating whether that is going to be Anoxa, Hyacine, or Sunday. Pity Builder's in shambles right now. I mean, yeah, I mean, it was kind of building pity, but also I was doing it with a reason, at least this time. Like, I do want C6 Moes. So it's like, it's not like I was just throwing it there because I couldn't, stop myself from rolling. It was like I literally wanted to try to get Moes and I didn't, so it is what it is. Yeah, you don't think there's any way that Archer will power creep Fei Zhao? Celestial, I actually see a world where they could be equivalent. Like, basically, from what I've seen with Gacha game collabs, there's 2 things that'll happen. There's either going to be, it's either going to be that the collab characters are really good, or they're completely useless and get power crept literally in the next patch. And I've seen both happen. So like, sure, you could say they're both gonna suck, but also this is a massive collab. Like, I don't think a lot of people realize how in batshit crazy Fate fans are. There will be Fate fans that come into HSR specifically to roll and then to not actually play the game. They will download the game, spend $1,000 to C6 their favorite like saber character or whatever, saber or archer, and then they'll quit the game the next day. Like Fate fans are nuts. So like this banner, unironically, is probably going to be the highest selling gotcha banner of all time, or at the very least close to it. So like I don't see a world because of that that they don't make the characters good. Because if there are that many people that want to get the character, then like at least they have to be at least decent. So you wanted to ask, you have not claimed your free 5-star. Do you get E2 Himiko, E1 Branya, or E1 Gepard? Or sorry, E5 Gepard. Doom. If you have Sunday, I would, or if you don't have Sunday, I would go for Branya. If you do have Sunday, maybe Himiko? Isn't that the speed one? Hold on. Oh no. That's the one. I mean, that one's not amazing. Maybe not Himiko. The C1 is the speed one. Um, you have Sunday and Sparkle. Okay, so the E1 Branya isn't actually that useful for you. Um, hmm. So here's one way to look at it, Doom. I don't know if Hoyo is ever going to buff standard banner characters, but in a world where they might, which one of those three is your favorite character? Because, like, let's say Gepard gets buffed, right? And he becomes usable and he's your favorite, then wouldn't it be nice to have C5? And you could, I mean, you could say the same for the other two as well, but yeah. Don't some teams run both Branya and Sunday? Zero cycle teams do, but usually not like, I would say the average player teams. Like, if you ever want to try zero cycling, then definitely E1 Branya is the best one there. Gepard will never be buffed. I'll make sure of it. Okay. I think we need to tell Dwayne to watch out, guys. Rogue Spectre's gonna find a way. Or whoever made Gepard at least. That's actually hilarious. You use Himiko and PF and sometimes use Gepard for on trend for Acheron. Okay, okay. Dude, what is going on? I hate when I randomly get these bots on Twitch. Rycios Manulus. Sorry, I think I missed your message earlier, by the way. Do I think Finon is going to be in 3.4? Yeah, I mean, realistically, from everything we've seen with leaks and stuff like that, that's when he's going to be released. So drip marketing for that will be in like, what, a week, I think? So... you're on some different energy right now. No, Rogue Spectre, it's all good, dude. Don't worry about it. But yeah, Doomed. If you are actively using Himiko, then screw it. I mean, go for Himiko. I mean, I would say getting a copy of a character you actively use is better than one that you don't. But also you can't go wrong with Branya. So, when is the scheduled drip marketing? Monday or Tuesday? I am not sure. I know it's in like a week or two. It should be soon. I don't know the actual date. I guess I could look at HSR Twitter here. Okay, never mind. I can't because I'm not signed in. All right, never mind then. You know what would be really bad is if Saber had a busted global passive. I mean, I don't think they're going to, especially not on like a truly limited character like a COLLAB character is. That would be insane. I think there's definitely like a limit to there needs to be a limit to Doom posting about global passives. And I think a collab character having one is definitely close to that limit. So, in that case, you think if the collab banners are going to do their own pity, just get fine on? Um, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you should really only be rolling for characters that you really like. And if you don't care about the collab characters and you care about fine on, just get fine on, dude. Like, go for the ones you want. The worst thing that you can fall like prey to is FOMO. And a collab like this, where the banners probably will never come back and are only here for a limited time, is one of the like the biggest scenarios where that can happen. So if you don't roll what you want, you'll just be mad. Exactly. Yeah. That's why. Yeah, I mean, a good example of that, Soulblade, is myself, right? Like when Sunday was released, I knew beyond reasonable doubt that if I didn't get Sunday, I would never play Jingliu again until she gets buffed. And I didn't. And you know what happened? I didn't play, or I haven't played Jingliu since. But I don't like Sunday, so that's why I didn't end up getting him. So you wouldn't care about the collab, but you're worried about the next 3 months that will be endgame shilling for the Fate characters. I'm gonna be real with you, Doom. I think that Hoyo would much rather shill their own characters than the Fate characters in terms of like game content. Like, I see a world where the game is shilled towards Finon, but I don't really see a world where it's shilled towards Saber. But at least that's just my opinion. All right. I just realized that this game has been, or HSR has been muted this entire time. Oops. Saber shilling is going to be blade shilling. I mean, it kind of depends on what she ends up doing. Because she could be a, someone mentioned this in a video I watched earlier. Like, there's no reason that Saber couldn't be a super break unit. So, like, is it, I mean, do I think she's going to be? No. But is it a possibility? Yeah. So, like, it's not necessarily a one-to-one shill, but it definitely could be. Also, some people are going to run them as a super break regardless. Probably Wiz, like his super break caster Reese, but Rogue Spectre, you getting back into are you getting back into ZZZ? Is there a reason for that, or you think Saber's gonna be a dot unit? Ain't no way. Alright. What was I gonna do? Oh right, I need to look at before I look at Pure Fiction, there was one more thing I wanted to say here. Um I wanted to pull up hey look, it's you guys, 33 watching. Uh I wanted to pull up the Saber's animation, if that's here. Surely that's at the end of this, right? You wanted to grab Vivian based. Okay, yeah, so here's where they show the animation. I will say I have one problem with this ultimate animation, and I want to see if you guys can notice it. Why is this in like 144p? So did you guys notice anything that was off there? Um, yo, Hints, dude. Thank you so much for the donation. And also calling Axabata for the 5th time. But dude, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Um, yeah, that is really nice of you, dude. I cannot thank you enough for supporting the stream as much as you have. It really means a lot, dude. Thank you. But also, I will say that I don't know if Axe really appreciates being called a bottom, so in the future you might want to maybe not do that as much. Okay, so what was wrong with her ult? Okay, so it's at the very end here. This explosion. It's fine, you don't care? Alright, well there you go, Hens. You can keep calling Axe a bottom. So if you notice, so okay, I will preface this by saying, I am someone that is usually against screen shake and motion blur and that kind of stuff, but I want to point out that at the end of this, there is absolutely none. And it looks weird as hell. Like, watch. It's just a flat static image. Like there's nothing. Like no camera shake, like no motion at all. Like and like for oh wait, no, I don't think I can show that on stream. I was about to say I want to pull up the actual one, but yeah. Axe is a top. Oh, dude, thank you Hints, thank you again for the donation. That one's a smaller donation though, so we really know which one is the true one. They do fix up animations sometimes. I hope they do, yeah. You can mute the audio for the clip. I think I would still, Soulblade, I think I would still get bonked by YouTube for playing the animation. So, but, I could show the Fate Extella version. Oh, true. Hold on a minute. Fate Extella, Saber, Noble, Phantasm. Oh, that's red. Oh, that's narrow. I think all of these are gonna be. Oh, you know what? What if maybe the FGO one has it? Hold on. FGO. But Artoria, yeah, that might work. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the one in FGO, because I think that one has it. What would be the most updated one? Hold on. Maybe on the wiki? FGO doesn't have the camera shake, but Arcade does. Okay, hold on. FGO, Arcade, Artoria, Noble, Phantasm. Alright, here we go. So this is FGO Arcade. So kind of a similar opening. And then similar explosion here at the end. And you get the camera shake. And like, sure, that's not a great animation, but like, yeah. Fate, Extella, Victoria. Okay, maybe here. Basically what I'm saying is that like the one on the one that they showed for thingy. The one they showed for HSR is definitely a little bit It lacks impact. That's what I'm trying to say. My brain was just like not working there for a moment. Yo, Hints, thank you again. You really do not have to do that. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much, but really, you do not have to do that. It means a lot, but yeah, I thank you, dude. I really do appreciate that. On everyone's souls, you can make that shit in CapCut. That's funny. All right. You're just a chill guy. Hey, chill guy trying to help a dude out. Dude, again, it really does mean a lot. Thank you so much. All right. So what would you guys find more interesting? Checking out the event. I know literally nothing about this except apparently there's special bus for characters. Or I can do the pure fiction clear. Because I do need to start getting through those. The event can be auto-battled? Okay, well, maybe not the event then. Alright, pure fiction it is. Oh, they put the Flame Reaver in pure fiction? Holy. It's an old 1.1 combat event. Right. Didn't it used to be called like Stellar Shimmer or something like that? I remember it, so. The version they recreated for HSR is the Fate Zero NP. Um, I'll be honest, I don't entirely remember the difference between like the Unlimited Blade Works and the Fate Zero version Soul Blade. Like were they like that different in looks and stuff, or you hope they did something unique with Pure Fiction like they did with A Pocket with Hule? Honestly, I kind of doubt it. The Hule stuff was cool. The like doing the duel was very nice. Like it was just a unique mechanic that shows that like if Hoyo wants to, they can actually do interesting fights like that, but they choose to not. Um, but yeah. Again, Hints, dude, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. But yeah. So the last time I did Pure Fiction, L asked me to run DPS Tribby. Is there anything you guys want to see this time in specifics? Here's the characters I've got. It doesn't look like there's I honestly I would like to run like Himiko Super Break or something because it's been a while, but they don't have they haven't ran Fire Week enemies in a while. Is there another kind of Tribby? Well, it was like main DPS Tribby, like literally just all supports for Tribby. So, run Arlen. I mean, I could. Why not? On all our souls, Arlen alone can clear Pure Fiction, dude. Um, hmm. Where's he at? Am I blind? Where's Arlen? There he is. I used to actually play him a little bit. This was back before. It was before I got Blade, I think. I was actually playing Arlen. That's why he's leveled a little bit and stuff. You want me to run Misha? Well, Misha's level 1, I think, so. Oh, level 20. Literally the lowest leveled characters on my entire account. Um, I mean, I could throw together a build for him. The annoying thing is that his best team, unironically, is probably Castoris, but I don't want to play Castoris on stream. So, like, if he ran Arlen as a sub DPS there, unironically, that might not even be that bad. Um, But also, you could probably pair dirt with Castoreese and it would still clear content. So, is there anything interesting I want to run? Oh, I could do Super Break Fei Zhao. That might be kind of fun. I used to run that in MOC for every now and then. Yeah, why not? Let's do that. And then in the second half, I don't know. I guess I can just throw in like DPS trivia or something again. Trying to remember exactly what I ran. Um, your ZZZ account is for real a Ghostland. Did you? Oh yeah, I guess if you quit, you wouldn't have a whole lot, right? But that does leave you with a lot of content to play through. So can't really be mad about that, I guess. Your internet is better. What happened? We were just talking about the Fate collab a little bit, and now I'm trying to figure out what to run in Pure Fiction. Not, you didn't miss too much or anything. What's happening with ZZZ of the moment? We're waiting for ZZZ 2.0. Definitely pretty much just waiting for 2.0. But also, at least personally, I've enjoyed the last two patches. It's like a side story that focuses on a like one of the factions. Um, I found it pretty good, but some other people don't like it. So yeah. I guess it's a bit different for me because I like the characters. Like I like Vivian. I think Hugo's cool. Lyacon has been involved. I think he's all right. So you never did most of the story because you were lazy. I mean, to be honest, that might actually have benefited you, Rogue Spectre, because now you don't have to deal with the TV mode. They redid all of the 1.0 to 1.3 story, so you don't have to worry about TVs anymore. And then everything after is the newer style of storytelling, where everything is like done by like running your characters around and stuff like that. Do I think that 2.0 for ZZZ will be like 2.0 for Wuthering Waves? Okay, so, hmm. That's actually a really good question. Um, I think, I think it could be. Because it's actually already did happen once with 1.4. Like 1.4 revitalized ZZZ quite a bit. And it's slowly fallen off since, again, but not as much as it was before 1.4. Like in 1.4, pre 1.4, it was kind of like leaning towards being a dead game. Whereas post 1.4, it's not like Hoyo's best game, but it's still doing fine. Now, if we go into 2.0 and they treat that as essentially a relaunch of the game, where they give you a shit ton of rewards, there's a ton of content to do that lasts players more than a week, and they actually add in more gameplay apart from the roguelike mode that you basically only run once a week, I think the game will pick up a lot of steam again. So, Kuro Games had to revamp their story because they got cursed with early stories meh. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing with ZZZ as well. Um, at least recently, they've been changing their story to uh, they've been changing their story to where the main characters have more direct involvement in the story. And not everyone likes that, actually. So, on the other hand, of where 2.0 really could pop off, there is a world where the direction it ends up going is not what people are looking for, and then the game could go on a downwards trend again. But I mean, it basically depends on how well they cook. So, um, there's been a recent influx of I miss TV mode sentiment in the community. I mean, I've actually seen that as well, Rexcellent. Um, but I'll be honest with you, I don't know, and this is like genuinely me just kind of like thinking out like how this may work. I don't know if that's anything more than just like the same minority of people you get when people complain about stuff like power creep, for example. Because like let's be honest here, the people that complain about power creep is a minority. The very large majority of players in these games are casual players that get the characters they want and are happy just playing. And I feel that could be the exact same in a situation like the TV mode, where the minority of people that want the TV mode back are the same, like, they are the minority, if that makes sense. Like, the casual player doesn't really care whether there's TV modes or not, they just want to play the game. For me personally, I will say, though, that I didn't like the TV mode. Um, I actually still have Arpeggio Fault. There's an event called Arpeggio Fault that I still have not finished to this day because of how the TV mode in that event worked. Like, I didn't enjoy it. But I like the story, I like the characters, and I like pretty much everything else about the game to where I was like, it is what it is. So, you basically stopped playing because you didn't get Miyabi. Um, yeah, honestly, that's fair. I mean, I will say if you do all the content up until now, you're pretty much guaranteed to get Vivian, who you said you were coming back for, so at least that's good. But yeah. You don't do Hollow Zero because the TVs Axe, those don't exist anymore. Like TV, there's no TV mode content in the game, except for the optional version of the 1.0 to 1.3 story. TV mode was a hit or miss for you, but proxy running around pressing buttons in 1.6 wasn't the best alternative. I 100% agree with that. I really don't know how much I vibe with the main character running around in hollows when they really shouldn't be. But also at the same time, it kind of had to happen at some point. Um, because the end goal of the proxies is to get to the center of Hollow Zero. So I mean, they have to get there at some point, right? So I guess it might as well be now. Is there a better way they could do it? Sure, but I think that'll just come with time as they kind of figure it out. So, why are you still covering HSR? The game is dog shit. Um, despite my problems with the game, I still enjoy parts of it, and that's why I'm still playing. I definitely play it a lot less than I used to. But I've not entirely written the game off yet. So when I do write it off is when I'll move on. So that's kind of where I'm at. Yo, Truck-kun, how's it going, dude? You just hope they don't cut out too much of what makes the game unique for the sake of convenience, like not using the HDD or the Bangbu tent or hollows. That's fair. I mean, honestly, what I thought that I genuinely really liked when the proxy ran around as the. If that was the case, then why have they ran two Fall Guys events since then? So I'm not entirely sure what they're going for there, but yeah. There's nothing wrong with quitting a game, just don't bully people that stay on it. Yeah, 100%. Yep. I mean, I actually had a comment about this on my last video I released where like someone was like, "Why are you still playing the game? Because it seems like you dislike everything." And it's like, well, no, I don't dislike everything. And if you actually watch my videos, you could see that I never like criticize certain parts of the game because there's no need to. Like, I don't criticize the gameplay of the game because, at least to me, the gameplay is fun. So it's like, why would I criticize that part? But I do criticize the parts that I think could be better, and I also never criticize it in the vein of like getting someone to quit. Like, I don't say, "Oh, the characters suck and you should quit because of that." Like, why would I? The characters don't suck. Like, that's not something I believe. So it's just like, I don't know. Some people go way too hard on like the hate train and the doom posting and everything else. And it's just like, why? Like, what's the point of that? Off topic, is a super break Fei Zhao? Yeah, it is, Sayori. I used to run super break Fei Zhao a lot in MOC just for fun. Um, and I haven't ran it in a while, but I wanted to try it in Pure Fiction here because, I mean, it's just stage 3. It shouldn't be that hard. That was weird. The stream was laggy for a bit. Oh, on my end, it says I haven't dropped any frames, so that might be your internet. But if that was me, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what would have caused that. But yeah, hopefully that fixes itself, Rogue Spectre. Do you have a problem with the UI, bug bite? Do you mean the ZZZ UI? Because if so, my only problem with the UI is the map. Instead of it being something you have to scroll through, I just wish it was a grid. Like, that would have been a much better way to travel around. And that is literally my only problem with the UI. I think the rest of it is fine. Let me see. Hold on. ZZZ map. Oh, literally. Hold on. Here we go. I literally just Googled ZZZ map, and the first image that showed up has exactly what I'm talking about. Like, if this was the map that we saw instead of the one that you have to scroll left and right, like, this would be perfectly fine with me. Like, this to me is a lot more readable than what we have now, and that is my only problem with the UI. I think the rest is fine. But yeah. Any predictions on what Saber's kit is going to be? Imagine if they make her a better blade on the same patch. I'll be honest with you. I actually think her kit is going to be very similar to Blade. Because if you think about it, so I don't know if you ever, like, I think you're a Fate fan, Truck-kun, correct me if I'm wrong. But like, her whole thing is like, she has her invisible air which hides her sword, right? And then when she wants to do an attack, eventually that invisible air goes away, like whenever she wants to cast her Noble Phantasm and stuff. So, like, think about it this way, right? What does Blade do? His sword does nothing until he enhances it. In that same vein, what would Saber do? Enhance her sword. So, like, that would actually be so funny if Saber's kit is literally just Blade 2. Because it could be. It really could be. She enhances her sword in the same way Blade does, and then she gets her, like, ult nuke and stuff like that. On the patch that Blade gets buffed too. That would be so funny. I did not mean to use his technique there. Oops. Blade will go full HP scaling, so you imagine that Saber will be a classic attack crit. Oh, Blade 3, right, my bad, my bad. I completely forgot about my day. Part of you will laugh if they just copy paste her FGO kit on a skill. I mean, how would they do that, though? I mean, I guess they could, right? Because, like, an attack buff. You know, that actually makes me think. Um, something I have never actually thought about this before, but something that could have been a way for them to balance this game better in terms of supports is if they actually had niche supports for different elements. Like, why didn't they do that? Like, genuinely. Because, like, if you think about it, right? So in FGO, Saber buffs her buster damage with her skill, which is like the red card type. So, like, in Honkai Star Rail, if they literally wanted to directly port that skill, then she could self-buff wind damage. And it's like, why didn't they ever give that to people? I don't know why I never thought about that before. But yeah. Sparkle, I mean, I guess, yeah, she does buff quantum characters, but that, like, so like Sayori said right after you, Axe, it almost feels like an afterthought. Like, I could see a world where, I could see a world where, they eventually add stuff. Like, for example, what if Emiya works really well with Sparkle? That part of her kit would be useful, but like, maybe, like, I don't know. Isn't that the same as Res Pen? Not necessarily, because I mean, it could just be a damage bonus. Because like a lot of supports, Racing give generic damage bonus. But like, imagine if generic damage bonus didn't exist. And instead it was more like, I don't know, even Genshin, right? Like, in Genshin you had to... Wait, no, Genshin has generic damage boost too. Yeah, never mind. Like, basically what I'm saying is imagine if supports buffed only quantum damage or only wind damage and stuff like that. Like, that would have been a much better way to balance, right? I mean, sure, you would have had to get more characters, but... I don't know. I mean, you could say, well, then that would be a good place for 4 stars, but Hoyo doesn't like releasing 4 stars, so... I mean, I don't know. I mean, that would all just go back to how the game was designed at the beginning, and obviously that can't be changed now, so... Did they change Soldier 11's voice actor? Yeah, they did. They changed Soldier 11 and I believe Lyacon Rogue Spectre. At the moment, elements only matter for break and the negative 20% resistance. Yeah, pretty much. And even then, break doesn't even matter that much anymore. So... People are getting tired of the SAG after stuff. Yeah, Guardian Soulblade. I don't know if you have followed that at all, but Axe put out a huge video on that. The Axe that's been in chat here. Pretty interesting stuff what's been going on there, so... but you're switching to JP. I mean, I've always been on JP, so thankfully it hasn't bothered me too much. But for those people that are, for the people that are still using EN, I just feel bad for them, genuinely. You think it's gonna need a part 2, Axe? It might. I mean, good luck. Hopefully it doesn't take you another month again. You think the idea behind why Sparkle's kit has the quantum stuff is because they don't want to encourage mono teams. You think conceptually they just don't care about mono buffer units? Especially in a game whose core combat mechanics punish you for being off element without the right weakness. So Rizios, I don't think they care. What I'm basically saying is I wish they did. Because, like, when I look at, like, a turn-based game, what I look at is what is most familiar to me. And at least at the current moment in time, that is FGO. And in FGO, you generally have teams for each of their elements, and they have three. They have Quick, Buster, and Arts. Those are their three element types. So like to me that's familiar because and it also works because then you can have like that gives you three avenues that you can design a character around apart from being a generic one. And like a generic buffer, I mean. And in HSR terms, they could have I mean there's even more elements. So it's like I don't know. I wish they went down the route of those being more relevant. And like I get why they didn't, but because it makes the game more complicated and that kind of stuff, but yeah. It sucks that Quick is never the best option. It can be. It just depends on the server instruction. I mean, is it rare for Quick to be the best option? Absolutely. But like challenge quests, I think is a great place where they shine. Like there's a lot of Quick units that are really good as challenge units. Yo, Dan, what's up, dude? The storm is getting scuffed now, so if you disappear, it's probably because you lost power. Alright, Rogue Spectre. I mean, take care, dude. I mean, hopefully it's not too bad of a storm. Alright. You agree with me? As much as you love HSR, they could certainly they could and should do more with the limited systems they have. But that makes it harder for casuals to follow. Yeah, I mean, what I really wish Hoya would do is realize that they can cater to both audiences. Like the people that actually want difficult content as well as the people that just want to play the game. Like imagine MOC 15 or Pure Fiction 6. And imagine if they just didn't have any rewards other than like, I don't know, some XP. Like who the hell would care if it's just XP? Like people get offended by hard content existing when it's hard content that they can't clear. Or sorry, that they can't clear that has a reward behind it, I should specify. So it's like, if the reward is meaningless, then they can satisfy the people that want hard content by letting them do that, and then the casual player still gets all the jades and the rolling currency and everything like that. And I genuinely don't know why Hoyo doesn't do that. I just don't. It does not make any sense to me. You could go back to reward stopping at MOC 10. Yeah, I mean that's definitely something they could do. The issue with hard content is that they could just slap a 100x HP modifier on an enemy. They could do that, but like they don't have to. Like, yeah. So as Infinity says in chat here. They could do something like FGO's ultra high difficulty challenge quests. So for those of you that aren't familiar with FGO, every event that releases has a challenge quest that doesn't give you like meaningful rewards. Like you get an item that can help you level skills, but it's not necessary to get it from that specifically. And the quests have unique mechanics. They're fun to do, but they're also entirely skippable. And it's like, yes, HSR doesn't do that. It's just, it frustrates me that they don't because they could. Like, we saw it with Hule in the last Epoch Shadow. Like, they introduced an entirely new duel mechanic. So it's like, why don't they do that more often? Like, why not make a higher tier of difficulty with mechanics like that, so that the casual player just doesn't have to care, and the people that want the cool mechanics have it? Like, the game has the bones where it could really be more mechanical depth, and they just choose not to. And I think that's what really frustrates me. Like, is the gameplay fun regardless of that? In my opinion, yeah, it is. I like seeing numbers and like that kind of stuff. But could it be better? Also, yes.
お仕置きされたいのか。爪も牙も鈍ったの？迷いはない。遅い。
Wait, did that fish really not die? Jesus. You used to want a co-op mode in HSR? That would be cool. I've always said, excuse me. I've always said that I would really love for guilds to exist in this game. And they could use guilds as a way to do like raid content. You're curious, how do you think the 3 endgame modes would fare without the buffs? Like, instead of buffs that shield specific units or teams, they just said, here's the bosses, this is their element types, good luck. I mean, wouldn't that, I mean, I feel like that would kind of make every mode like MOC though, yeah? Like, I genuinely, I don't have a problem with buffs. I really don't. Like, do I wish they were less strong? Sure. But I think what I really wish is that there were more options to choose from. Like, instead of the buff shilling follow-ups or break or dot or whatever, it should be that you have the choice to pick one of those 3. Like, why not? Like, why not let the player choose, I want this MOC to be a dot MOC, and I want this other MOC to be a break MOC, and stuff like that. I mean, the answer is because they want you to pull more characters, obviously, but like, you know. Yeah, I can't lie, Super Break Fei Zhao does not seem very good in Pure Fiction. I just realized what my point score was. I definitely might need to change this up. Maybe when an actual boss shows up, it'll be better. Instead of the ensemble. If I can make it there, that is. Yo, Axel, how's it going, dude? You just want more combat events so you can actually use the characters you build and get? God, I wish. Yeah, Jose, I don't know if you watched my video from, I think it was 2 weeks ago at this point, but including the event this patch, the combat event this patch, we have had 2 combat events since 2.5. Which is just like, bro. How does that happen? Genuinely, how does that happen? Like, what are they doing where they can't put out more combat events? Even just rerun old ones. Like, it doesn't, like, why, man? One combat event per patch would be nice. Yeah, it really would. But yeah, Axel, hope you've been doing well, dude. Nice to see you drop by. You woke up a few minutes ago to catch your stream. Yeah, stream is going pretty well so far. At the beginning we talked about the FGO collab, and then finally got into Pure Fiction a bit ago. How come we haven't had another Ethereum Wars event? That'd be nice too. I mean, Ethereum Wars, the ghost hunting event, War Dance event, like all of those big events were really fun in my opinion. Like those events are when HSR was like, I mean, I don't know, like, it's not really the right way to describe it. I don't want to say that's when HSR was good, but like, That's when events were good, I guess, to specify further. Feels like at this point we need an endgame rotation on a weekly basis. Yeah, that'd be nice too. I mean, ZZZ does that. Literally, every week you have either Deadly Assault or Shiyu Defense to do. Every single week you have one of the two. You think that they view the endgame modes and Divergent Universe as enough combat content for most people? Yeah, I mean, it's not though. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know. I wish there was more. The Penacony Greer War event in 3.4 seems to be the next big event. Yeah, and again, I am so excited for that because it's the Fate collab. I am such a Fate fanboy you would not believe, and I just have to hope beyond hope that they don't drop the ball on it. Like, Fate is one of my favorite franchises of all time, and I would love to see. I would love nothing more than to see the game have like a really banger collab and stuff like that. You have hope knowing that Xiaoji isn't writing for it. I mean, that's not necessarily true though, which is the unfortunate thing, Uvu. Nasu is a supervisor. He is not the writer. So it could honestly be Xiaoji overseeing that as well. And all Nasu is doing is like saying like hey, this is right, this isn't, so that it's not like a weird event in the total Nasuverse, I guess. No, please, not more Xiaoji. I mean, we can hope not, but like, yeah. So like, oh, yeah. So for those of you that aren't familiar with gacha collabs, when the writer of the game that is collabing with the one you're playing is a supervisor, generally what that means is that they are there to make sure that the game doesn't do stuff that isn't canon, if that makes any sense. And like, I don't even know if canon is the right word. Just like, they need to make sure it fits. So like, for example, in the Fate universe, generally the different stories and stuff like that are told around Holy Grail Wars, where there are mages that summon historical figures and they all fight to the death to power up a Holy Grail, and whoever wins gets to wish on the Holy Grail, right? So what a supervisor would be doing would be saying, okay, you can't say that instead of mages summoning those historical figures, the historical figures are actually animals or something like that. Just like to throw something out there. Like it's like they summon a lion and the lion fights a bear. Because like that doesn't make sense for Fate. So like that, they just have to make sure it makes sense, and that's usually what the supervisor is doing. But yeah. Imagine a collab and they're still just standing around with 3 animations. I mean, we can hope not. What I am interested in and is seeing what Emiya or I guess Archer, what Archer's model looks like. You can summon an animal heroic spirit. I mean, sure, but like you're not gonna summon, Jimbo the dog. You know what I mean? Like generally it would, like if you summon a animal heroic spirit, it would be one that makes sense. For example, like Hessian Lobo in FGO, for example. Is Earth a thing in the HSR universe? I think it is? Question mark? Because Welt. So, Jimbo the dog, listen. You never pulled Hessian Lobo. I actually did not pull him until the past, I want to say year or so, Soulblade. It has been it's been a while.
存分に味わえ。恐れずひるまず。
Wait.
全てを。
I swear I hit the Fei Zhao ult, but it didn't go off.
大将は定まった。
いずれ風に吹き落とされる。
You'd be willing to play FGO if it had an auto for grinding. There's nothing you detest more than having to do the grunt work. That's fair, Risios. Also, I think I missed that message earlier. There are actually player created apps. There's one called FGA or Fate Grand Automata that does like third party automation. But obviously that's not directly supported by, you know, Lasengle, the people that make the game. Super Break Fei Zhao isn't what it used to be. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's definitely not meant for pure fiction either. That definitely does not help. But yeah. You can't play FGO because there's not enough black screen white text. That's actually funny. Alright, Super Break Fei Zhao hit 20k. That's all I needed. I can just get 40k on side 2, hopefully. Wait. 3 of these units all have field effects. Huh. What would be the best one? I don't actually know. How long until the Fleur cover of White Knight? Never. I don't know if that'll be happening anytime soon. I am not a very good singer. The best I can do is like singing along with the radio in the car, and even that sounds bad, so. You can sing well, Dan. Have you ever sung on stream before, Dan? Singing White Knight would be peak content for 10k subs? No, I don't think so. You definitely do not want to hear me singing, trust me. Is this DPS Jiao Cho? No, DPS Triby, actually. I gotta sing all of Robin's album at 1 million subs. Alright, if I make it to 1 million subs, I will sing White Knight. But that won't happen for about 20 years, so good luck. Yeah, cliff that. Oh man. Do you guys really think that I'll be I'll somehow make it to 1 million? Because I certainly don't. I mean, I don't even think there's a single gacha creator that even has 1 million. If I did a subathon to reach 1 million subs, that would have to be something that would last for like 10 years. This channel's too niche? Yeah, definitely. Like, if I ever wanted to actually really grow in subs, I would have to, like, what am I thinking? I would have to definitely branch out of gacha. And if we want to really be honest here, the best way to branch out of gacha is to get into drama content. That's what it seems like a lot of people are doing nowadays, and that is just not for me, dude. So, that won't happen. Who's the DPS on this team? I mean, technically everyone, but really Tribby. I mean, you can see it there, 530k Tribby follow-up. Just start some fake drama with Axe. Alright, will do. Yo, Axe. Your forehead is big. I don't even think he's here. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I completely forgot until just now. I should have buffed Robin at the beginning instead of Tribby. That was my bad. You think only 5 or so gacha tubers have hit 1 million? I mean, have any? Like, genuinely. Like, I know... I mean, Tectone is not at 1 million. Mugen, I guess, started in Genshin, but he no longer does, like, only Genshin stuff, and he's not also not at 1 million. Giguk? I mean, I guess technically, yeah, technically. You could put Giguk in there. Who's another big one? YDCB? I don't think YDCB is anywhere close to 1 million. You don't think there's any pure 1 million gacha channels? Yeah, I don't think so either. MTash is just short of 1 million. That's true, but he's also been short of 1 million for like 3 years at this point. Rosie Closey. I don't know if I've heard of that person before. Oh wait, actually no, there are some. Tuanto and Ant. Yeah, I completely forgot about Tuanto and Ant. They're over 1 million. You feel they've branched out more? They definitely have, yeah. Yeah, those guys got huge off Genshin. Like, actually massive followings. Although, I will say that part of the reason they did blow up so much is because they were part of the COVID boom. Like, realistically, I don't know if many people, if any, would be able to blow up like that ever again. I mean, and that's true not necessarily just in the gacha space, just in general. Like, the COVID buff was wild for a lot of people. So... you think variety wouldn't be so bad? You can still play HSR after all, just gotta find a really popular game. I mean, honestly, I don't, Ryosen, or sorry, not Ryosen, Rizios, I apologize. I don't know if I necessarily want to break out of the gacha space, though, at least not right now, because, I mean, gacha games are things that I enjoy. What I'm really looking for is a gacha game that will get me as invested as HSR has. And I'm really, really hoping that that is going to be Arknight's Enfield. Because OG Arknights is amazing, and I would love if their new game was just as good. So like Etheria? I mean, Etheria could be it. Like, Etheria is just a possibility. Like, I am 100% down to try Etheria when it releases, but I never played a game like Epic 7, and that game is a lot more like Epic 7 than it is like than it's like HSR. So I don't know how much I will like it. I think I will. I just don't know how much I will like it. So we'll see. Also, if I can be honest, a big part of the reason that I get into different gacha games is because there's a character I like. And I have not looked into Etheria Restart characters yet to find out if there's one that I'm crazy about. So, Person, what's up, dude? I missed your message earlier, but welcome in. How's it going?
火力が足りない。
これが維新伝心。いや。
You want Enfield to succeed since it has no 50-50? Yeah, I mean, I really do hope that more games start adopting non-50-50 systems, because that realistically is the only way that we are going to get, or that's the only way we're going to move away from it in the industry, if that makes sense. And that's also basically the only way that we're going to get Hoyo to eventually update their banners to move away from it as well. So, yeah, Person, I've been doing pretty well. Bit tired this weekend, but, you know, just hanging out. You're going to avoid Etheria Restart because it has grinding just like HSR does with relics. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if it's I don't know if it's going to be as bad of a grind as HSR has. But also, personally, I don't actually mind the grind that much. Like, this might seem crazy, but I genuinely actually enjoy the slow progression of making my character stronger over time. Now, do I wish I could do it more often? Like, do I wish I could farm relics more than they allow us to? Absolutely. But, I mean, I don't say, like, I don't know, like, I might be kind of crazy, but I do enjoy the relic farming and stuff like that. I don't know. I probably am crazy. As a gacha gamer yourself, you're just waiting until the rest of the games come out at this point. The anticipation is painful, like Ananta, Enfield, Etheria, yeah. I mean, I am so down for all these games to come out because it's more competition in the space, and also, you know what? Like, I do genuinely like HSR. Despite my critiques of the game, I do actually enjoy the game. But if there is a game that comes out that I like more, then I wouldn't actually feel that bad about moving on, because, like, I feel like that's normal. Like, I feel a lot of people attach themselves to different games and different companies, when in reality, you should just attach yourself to games that you actually like. So, yeah. Tribalism goes hard. Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of people. There's a lot of newer content creators that are tribalistic because they know that it gets them views from people that hate the other tribes, for lack of a better way to put it. And it's frustrating because, in my opinion, it makes the space more negative. And yeah, I don't know. I personally, I'm of the mentality that when a game does well, you should praise them for it, and when a game does bad, you give them shit for it. So, like, for example, the HSR collab. I am unbelievably excited for this collab. I think it is awesome that the collab is coming. It's the most excited I've been to play the game in probably months at this point, and I think that's a good thing. But when the game also has problems, for example, like the fact that there's basically no content to play right now in the game, I'll also call that out. So it's like, I can say the collab is insane and I'm looking forward to playing it, while also saying the game needs more overall content outside of that. And it's like, I wish more people could do that instead of just being like, my game will always be good. There is no fault to be found. Everything is perfect. Let's go. Woohoo. Like, ugh, man. Um, monthly PvP and R gotcha gaming is all you need as proof. Yeah, definitely. Like it's like I said content creators earlier, but it's people in general. Like the Wuwa fan base is insane for their game. The Hoyo fan base is insane for their game. I guarantee you when like Etheria restart and Azure Premilia and all those come out, there's going to be insane fan bases for that. Um, I mean, hell, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to Black Beacon. That's a gotcha game that released recently. That game is treating the global player base like shit, like just actual garbage. Like they've given like the CN player base like limited selectors and that kind of stuff, and meanwhile global hasn't gotten that. And there are people still defending that company. Like, how do you defend a company that is actively taking a shit on your head? Like, I genuinely don't understand that. And I mean, that's just the tribalism. Like, these people just like, I don't know, man. It's just wild to me. Before HSR's release, you bounce from gacha to gacha without much of home. HSR was and still is probably the only gacha you're going to enjoy at length. You need another gacha to clear up the downtime, though. Yeah. And I mean, like you said earlier, Risios, there's so many coming this year that, like, you're not going to be hurting for choices, which I think is a good thing. Like, if you end up liking an Anta, whereas, like, cool. If you end up liking NTE, cool. If you end up liking Azure, awesome. Like, but if you don't like it, then you have all those other options to try and see what you do like. So, I am actually so happy, genuinely, that the gotcha space is becoming bigger because more competition will only make this space better. So, people defend Kuro despite their botched anniversary as a people defended Kuro games despite their botched anniversary as a Punishing Gray Raven fan. You were angry. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Soulblade. I'm assuming you're talking about Wuwa, to be clear. I don't actually mind that the rewards weren't amazing, but I do mind that they kind of fell into the same trap that Hoyo fell into for their HSR anniversary, where there's just not enough content. Like the cube event is it'll take you like a day or two, if that, and then once you're done with the cube event, there's nothing. Like there's nothing to do in that game. And I don't know if you were here when I've talked about this before, but I quit in 1.2 and didn't get the free guy because I was just like, there's nothing to do right now. Why would I keep playing a game that there's nothing to do in? So, like, if that continues, like, genuinely, while I have a lot of love for what the game has done with 2.x, I also don't think. Like, I'm also not putting the game on a pedestal to say that, like, I'll never quit you or, the game is fine when it's clearly not. Like, the game needs more content right now. So, you think the recent gotcha game announcements made you realize you don't need to play only gotcha games? You want to try out, excuse me, you want to try out Expedition 33? That's also fair, genuinely. Um, I would, unironically, I would love to try out Expedition 33, but I have a habitual problem of where I try single player games, and then instead of finishing the game, I look in like Discord or something like that, and I see my friends doing something, and then instead of continuing to play the single player game, I go and hang out with my friends instead, and then I never touch the game again. And that happens with almost every single player game I play, because my brain says, why aren't you hanging out with your friends? Go hang out with your friends, do something multiplayer. Like stuff like that. So, while like Expedition 33 looks fun as hell, I just know that I'd essentially be wasting $50 if I bought it, so that's just why I haven't. Um, you said before, but as fun as Wuwa looks, he really turned you off from playing. Yeah, I don't. I don't really want to have like conversations about other CCs here. But one thing I will say is that I think the Wuwa community in general is less welcoming than other communities that I've seen. And I think that's fair to say, genuinely, regardless of CC or not. Like, you can get your head bit off for doing the smallest thing in the Wuwa community, and I don't think I've seen that in another community in a very long time. So, yeah. For the most part, that's part of the reason why I am. That's part of the reason why I'm still a casual in Wuwa. Like I log on when I want. I don't, go out of my way to clear every bit of content I possibly can. Um, and yeah, I just kind of play when I want because as long as I stay on the outskirts, then I don't have to worry about drama and all this other garbage that comes along with being a part of a community like that. So, you're honestly hopeful more gotcha games take on Etherea's model. Maybe if they want money, they can lock powerful buffs behind dupes, but Etherea's whole first time each limited banner is guaranteed thing is super cool. Yeah, Rizios. I don't know why I keep missing your message. I really do apologize. I don't mean to keep missing your message. I know you sent that a bit ago. Um, but yeah, I think that would be awesome in general. I mean, obviously the reason they don't is because of money. Like, it's much better for the company to keep doing 50/50s. But if more companies move towards a model that doesn't have 50/50s, then that is hopefully a reason for the old companies that are still doing 50/50s to move away from it. So, you're sick of CCs fighting other CCs over nonsense? Yeah. I was just talking about, I try my best to avoid woo drama by staying a casual in that game, but even as a casual, it's hard to avoid some of the drama that's been happening recently, and it's just like this is like playground argument stuff. Like who gives a shit, man? But all the arguments are still happening, and even worse, the arguments are becoming personal, which is just even more stupid. But I don't know. Like all this over a gotcha game is just wild. You think the laws might slowly creep up on gotcha games? I mean, it could be. Yeah, maybe. All right, so I will definitely not be running Super Break Fei Zhao here because that did not go well. So maybe Blade. Yeah, maybe I could run Blade here. Why not? Um, do I run Sustainless Blade? Super Break Fei Zhao? Yeah. I run that in MOC every so often, so I wanted to try it in Pure Fiction. It did not go well. On the third stage, you can see my score here. The first half was Super Break Fei Zhao. Did not go well. The second half was DPS Tribby. Obviously went a lot better. So, mankind knew they would not change society, so they blamed the beast. Yeah, I mean, Ricios, I really do think it's just like what I really think a lot of CC drama comes down to in the gotcha community is that a lot of these games don't have enough content. As sad as that is to say, um, so when the game doesn't have content, that forces creators to either make their own content, which is difficult to do, or you do more low effort content, which is like reactions. And when you do reactions, that becomes opinion based, and it's very easy for opinions to get out of whack and become less opinions and more arguments. So that's where I think not probably if I had to guess, I would say minimum 80 to 90% of CC drama comes from. So Yo, Osorio, how's it going? ZZZ drama is the best. There is not. No, there is drama in ZZZ. It's just over which character gets the or is the best to goon over. That's the funny thing about ZZZ. I feel like they've mostly avoided drama because everyone playing that game is just there to goon. Like, I don't know. Speaking of content creation, you still got to finish your script. You've been slacking. Dude, Rogue Spectre, I am very excited to see what happens when you do finish it. I mean, I will definitely if you have one viewer or if you have no viewers, I will no longer exist. That's what I'll say. I will be there whenever you release it. I want to see what you can do. And I think you can do a good job from what you showed me. So, where would you fall on the Gooner scale on a scale of 1 to 10? It depends on what 10 is and what 1 is. Like is 10 like having body pillows and stuff, or like like what would the scale be framed by? You got Wiz, you'll have 2 views. Fair enough, yeah. 10 is the ultimate gooner. Okay, so like body pillows, figurines, uh that kind of stuff, or like what are we going for? All that? Okay. I don't have any figurines. I don't have any body pillows, so I'm already not a 10. Um if we're talking of like, actually gooning, I haven't done that either. Over any gotcha character, that would be wild. Why would you even do that? Just go watch normal stuff. Um do I think they are hot though? Yeah, I mean there's definitely hot anime characters in these games. So like honest answer, I would have to say maybe like if 5 is considered like you like anime characters, then I would say maybe like a 7 or a 7, maybe. I think that's fair, but I don't know. Normal stuff in quotations, yeah. Well, yo, Kevin, what's up, dude? On a 1 to 10 scale, you gotta define 1 and 10. Why do any of that in the first place? Just go touch your girlfriend. I mean, not everyone has a girlfriend, but yeah. Do a smash or pass video. So, I think I've mentioned this before, Sin, but I actually had a really funny thought to do a smash or pass for Honkai Star enemies before. I was thinking about doing that for April Fools, but when I tried doing it, it didn't really work because a video like that is only really good if you have a face cam because then they can see like your reactions and stuff like that. And because I don't, all you have is my voice, and that doesn't like it doesn't really work as well. Um, the drama is what's tragic to you because personally, you've always seen gotcha games for what they are: simple free games with unlimited life and limited content. If people would treat them more responsibly rather than getting insane and feral about them, then yeah. Okay, Ricios, I agree with that. Um but also I think at a certain point some people get so locked into specific games that they just want to play more and more of it that they can't really like move past just one gotcha to go play some other stuff and things like that. So I don't know, some CCs should go play other games. That's true, but like when you're so locked in onto one game and your career is built on that, it's definitely harder for some people to do that. So, you like the chill talk, but can you do pure fiction? Yeah, I sorry. All right, so first half I was gonna do Blade. So let's do Tribby, Blade. I don't know, maybe this team? Not Ron. I don't know if this team will work though, because someone on this team is going to get pulled up by Kafka. And like not having a cleanse is going to screw me at some point. I mean, I could try it anyway. Even Asmon struggled to get into variety content, and he's a massive streamer. That team seems better on side 2. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't really think it matters that much. Both teams have, or both sides have Quantum. But this side does have a lot of physical. I could do Yunli. What to do? Hot take, you enjoy Asmon. I don't particularly like when he goes super into politics stuff. But other than that, I think he's fine. But I'm also just someone that doesn't really enjoy politics in general, so. Did I pull a Noxa? I pulled on his banner, but I did not get him. Hold on. I know you said you wanted to get me into pure fiction, but so on his banner, I was going for C6 Moes, and this is the second time I've done that. I'm currently C5. 70 pulls later, I didn't get a single copy, which adds on to the last banner that I did that on, which was another 70 pulls. And I also didn't get a copy there, so I'm now like 2 banners with 70 pulls each with not a single Moes. And then I'm like 75 pulls in. So literally in like 1 pull, I would get a 5-star. So, pretty far in. Am I just saving for Saber right now? Yeah, so I want to get a copy of Saber. I want to get both Emiya and Saber's Light Cone. And then from there, I'll decide if I want Eidolons or not. That'll really depend on what they are. So. Outside of the collab, because the pity is different, what I do need to decide is who I want to use this 50-50 on. Because like I said, I'm literally like 1 or 2 pulls away. So I have to decide between getting Anoxa, getting Hyacine, or getting Sunday on a rerun. And I'm not sure what I want to go for yet. Because, like, Anoxa looks fun, so he has that going for him. But Sunday is an insane support, especially with Jingliu and Blade getting buffed. And then Hyacine would also be good for Blade. So, like, it's a really tough call. I don't know. Cypher is not actually garbage Celestial. Her V4 kit, or I think her V5 actually, nerfed her back down to where she was in V3 or whatever. So she's like more than fine. No, Sin. She is basically back to a Jiao Cho alternative. She's still fine, but she's not like a you need her over Jiao Cho or something like that. So. You're torn between Sunday, Tribby, Fugues, Black Swan, or grabbing Anoxa. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Dan, that is a rough spot to be in. There's so many supports there, and a lot of them are really good, so. You think, excuse me, you think Anoxa would be good on this account? Guns, do you have a reason why you think Anoxa would be good here? I mean, I do have Herda. Obviously, Herda would be, or he would be good for Herda as a Herda slave, and I could also run him as a Hypercure if I wanted to. But like, yeah. I mean, but like, is that really reason enough though? Because if I really wanted to, I could just build Hyperspeed Serval. Like servo, like yes, she doesn't do as much damage as Anoxa does, and she's definitely not as good of a character as Anoxa does, but she does the job well enough. So like, is it necessary? Basically, what I'm thinking is like, I have a reason to go for Anoxa, I have a reason to go for Sunday, and I also have a reason to go for Hyacine, and I'm basically just trying to weigh which one is more important to me. Because like Blade and Jing Liu are my favorite characters. So like having Sunday would be really good for them. But also Hyacine is going to be really good for Blade, and if the leaks are true, is also going to be really good for Jing Liu. So it's like, okay, maybe I go for her instead of Sunday. But then on top of that, I like Herta. So, maybe Anoxa would be best for that. And also I just kind of like Anoxa. I think it looks cool and his voice is nice and that kind of stuff. So I'm basically struggling to figure out what would be the best for me. So, what's your Sparkle? She's pretty. I mean, she's. What am I saying? She is E0S1, and she's 160 speed with decent crit damage. So, just get them all. Hey, listen, if I was a millionaire, I would, but I am definitely not a millionaire. So, um, but yeah. Um, okay, so someone earlier said that Yunli isn't good on the first half because the guys don't attack. Okay. Um, do I just run Herta then? Well, no, because both of Herta supports are being used on the second half. Hmm. Cypher is still an upgrade over Pella and an Acheron team. If you already have Jiao Cho, yes. Don't lie, we know you're a millionaire. Dude, I wish. I really do wish. Okay, so let's see. Let me just load out the Blade team and then figure. Okay, so if this is my Blade team, what does that leave me for first half? I guess I could not use RMC. Like, I could use Baranya here instead. And then that leaves me with an open Herta team for the first half. That's probably the best I could do. I guess I could do Acheron. There's no reason I couldn't do Acheron. Um, yeah, why not? Let's do Acheron. Where's Jiao Cho? There's Jiao Cho. Herta or Sparkle in the big 2025. Doesn't Kafka have lightning res? I think she does, but I don't really know that it matters. Like, it's pure fiction. Like, it's not going to be that big of a deal. Also, I haven't ran Acheron in pure fiction since I got Jiao Cho, so I kind of just want to see what it's like. I have Tribby. You can skip. I could skip Sunday. I mean, I could, but basically, like what I was saying earlier, Guns is like with the buffs that are coming, where Blade is hopefully going to be really playable again, and the leaks that are saying that Jing Liu is going to be HP scaling now. Like a character like Bronya won't do as much in comparison to Sunday will. And Sunday already does a lot more than Bronya does. So like if that's the case, the best team for those characters is probably going to end up being like Tribby, Sunday, and then your healer. Whether that's Huo Huo or um Hyacine or whatever. So yo, X, how's it going, dude? What's up? 40% lightning res is a lot of resistance. It is, but I mean, I think it should be fine. I'm not too worried about it. It's pure fiction. It can't be that bad. Yo, Dandy Shark, what's up, dude? Nice to see you.
ここは危険です。慎重に。
天木不破。
ほとばしる過去の伝線。
発覚をお褒めに預かり、せっかくですから。ぜひ。
I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for asking, Dandy Shark. Appreciate that.
腰が。
涙雨。
Hope you've been doing well yourself. Oh wait, these bugs don't give debuffs when they die. That's kind of unfortunate. So I talked about this at the beginning of the stream, but for those of you that have came in since then, how are you guys feeling about the collab? Are you guys rolling for Saber, or are you going to be getting anything more for Emiya and stuff like that? Or maybe you guys just don't know anything about Fate at all. I'm just curious. Not the best, but not the worst at least. Well, hey, that's better than not the worst. So you're going for Saber and both of their light cones if they have them. All right. You never got into Fate, so you'll be skipping. Starberry, do you have anyone you're looking forward to getting instead? Same with you, Nereza. Because like basically what I'm asking, or what I'm thinking about, is like, if this collab is as big as they're making it out to be, how are they going to make the people that don't give a shit about Fate still invested in the game, if that makes sense? So like, they have to give the people that aren't rolling for the collab something else. And I mean, it could be fine on, like, maybe like he could be next patch. That's kind of what the running theory is. So it's like, are you going for Finon, or are you saving for Cyrene after, like stuff like that? So you came back to HSR just for Saber, and then you don't know if you'll dip out again. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, you're going for an E6 Saber and Archer if you can. Have you, Jerry, have you been saving for a while? Or are you just a whale? Just out of curiosity. Okay, you have been saving for a while. All right. Yeah, because I mean, I know that, like, Braxophone, for example, he made like an entirely extra account just to roll for the Fate collab unit. So it's like, there are people that have been saving literally since it was announced for stuff like that. So you've been saving since 3.0? Cool. Yeah. Do you have a favorite one out of the two, like Emiya or Saber, or do you just like them both? You're excited for the collab despite not being a big Fate fan. You're willing to give the Fate anime another chance. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I hope anyone that gets into Fate as a result of this collab enjoys it. I am a Fate fanboy, for lack of a better way to put it. Like, it's definitely one of my favorite franchises, so the more people that get into it, I'm just like, that's awesome. You've been saving for quite a while, around 250 pulls. You're going for E0, S1, Finon, Saber, and then Archer as well. I mean, good luck, Bell. I mean, that's a lot, but hopefully you can get it with what you've got. I mean, in an ideal world, the collab actually gives us, you know, more stuff apart from just Emiya, like more pulls through events and stuff like that. So, I mean, hopefully people can actually get, you know, whatever they want and stuff like that. Your favorite Fate character is Waver. All right, that's fair. I I don't necessarily care for him too much in Zero. I mean, he's okay in Zero. Like he's not like my favorite. I think he's just fine. But I really like Waver in the Case Files. I think they like that is a character that aged well. So, is it possible the Herda will rerun next patch? I mean, I would say it's a possibility, Damon, but I don't know if there's like any kind of guarantee. I mean, it has been a while since she ran. Like, it's been a couple patches, so. What are your thoughts on the new Hoyo game? So I said this in Discord. By the way, for those of you guys that are not in the Discord, it's linked in the description of this stream. So feel free to join. We've got a pretty cool small community there. But anyway, I said this in Discord, but I don't know if I'll be able to take a game like that seriously. Because, like, it mentally, like, I have a mental block in trying to imagine a character like Blade having a Pokemon. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how does that make any sense whatsoever? And then not only Blade has a Pokemon, but he's in another world dueling the main character Kiana from Honkai 3rd. That's just something my brain has, like, does not compute. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, could I see it being fun? Absolutely. It could definitely be fun. But I don't know if it's something I would take seriously. You've been really trying to get in the visual novel for a while now, but you really can't get past the intro for some reason, even though you play a lot. Kiyorume, I will say that pretty much all of the Fate IP, like no matter what you're in, it pretty much always starts slow. Like you have to read a bit before you get to the point where it's like, okay, now stuff is starting to happen. So it's kind of like you do have to grind a little bit to get through that intro, but once you get through it, that's when it opens up and becomes good. Like pretty much all of them are like that. Like the original Fate visual novel is like that. Mahoyo is like that, Witch on the Holy Night. Tsukahime is like that. So that's just kind of like how Nasu writes. So, yeah. They said that this new COLLAB banner is going to be longer than a normal banner. Yeah, Dan, we talked about that earlier in the stream. Personally, I think that it's just going to be a full patch banner. Like, some people are thinking it's going to last the entirety of Emiya's banner, which is 3.4 to 3.6. But, like, that would be insane if that actually... Like, if that was actually the case, that would be wild. Like, I don't see a world where they actually give you that much... I needed to skill on Fujuan. Oops. But anyway, I don't see a world where they actually give you that much time to get the characters. That just seems like a lot to me. Personally, you think it'll be 42 days? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like the length of the patch, but not anything more. Back to the Fate collab, do you think that the Fate characters will be overloaded kit-wise, like Firefly or Castery, since they were extremely anticipated? I see a world where it could be either. They could be really good, or they could be really bad. And honestly, it just depends on what Hoyo wants to do. Because I have seen both. Like in other gacha games, sometimes the collab characters are just useless and you don't use them after the patch they released in. And then in other times, they're very long lasting and like meta defining. So like, all we can really hope is that they're balanced, but in reality, we just don't know. So, did I farm a lot during this FGO lotto? I got through, I think I'm at like 50 boxes or so, but I would usually do more Infinity, but I don't actually need any of the materials in this lottery, so I didn't want to go like crazy hard. Like usually I try to get at minimum 100, but for this one I literally do not need the materials for any character that I'm getting in the next 2 years. So I just said I don't really care to farm it that much. Alright Dan, take care dude. I'm not sure if I'll be here in that long of a time, but I'll be here for a bit at least. So... yeah, Infinity. The next character that I want to get is the Saber Medusa coming up, and I already have her mats farmed, assuming I can get her. And then after that, it'll be Ash at Anniversary. And then, honestly, after those guys, there's not really anyone I'm rolling for a very long time. Pretty much until the collabs in the next year afterwards. You're torn between Durga or Tiamat on a rerun. Yeah, I had to pity Tiamat, so not my quartz amount isn't looking too good as a result, unfortunately. But yeah. I do like Durga as well, but I decided to not go for her. Because while she's hot, I don't necessarily need like a AoE arts archer, so. But yeah, Infinity, is there anyone you're looking forward to beyond those, like past the first OC and stuff like that? Okay, I did not forget to skill on Fujuan this time. I definitely don't have skill issue. So between Saber and Blade buffs, who will power creep who? Ooh, that is a good question. I'm kind of thinking that Saber is going to be better. I really don't see a world where Blade is going to be as strong as a limited collab character. But obviously, time will tell. I mean, the beta is starting relatively soon. Like, it'll be in 2.5 weeks or so. So we'll know not only how good Saber is, but also how good the different buffs are. Do you guys have anyone in particular you guys are looking forward to the buffs for? Like, are you guys Jingliu simps, Blade fans? I know I've got a few Silverwolf simps in my community, so. You're looking forward to Summer Balbon Sith? Yeah, I would honestly love to get her Infinity, but she's on a ban. She's after a period of time where I will have rolled a lot, and she's also on the Melusine banner, who I don't want the summer version of, because I don't like her NP. I think it looks weird. So it's just not really realistic for me to get her, unfortunately. Rogue Spectre, you're looking forward to the Jingliu buff, guns, all of them. Silverwolf and Kafka. Everyone except Jingli. Okay, we got a Jingli hater. All right, all right. You need the Jingli buff now. Definitely Silverwolf. You wanted her since you started in 2.0, but she didn't have a banner until recently. Starberry, did you get her on her when she was on that 8 banner thing? Or are you hoping she gets another banner with the buff? Yeah, Infinity, that would be really nice. You wanted to see the buffs first? That's fair. Yeah, I mean, it seems like I guess this is to be expected, but it seems like most people are kind of just excited for all of them. Though it does seem, this is actually surprising, only one of you guys said Kafka. I guess technically two, because Gunn said all of them. But, I mean, I still remember back in 1.2, Kafka was like so unbelievably hyped. And that continued, like, I would honestly say until probably until her team composition started falling off, is when the hype for her started dying. But also, she hasn't really been in story a whole lot as well, so I guess that's a part of it. But yeah. You think Kafka's buffs will bring back a lot of people? That's definitely a possibility, yeah. How did Axe take the buff leaks? I don't think I've actually talked with him about it. And I also don't think he's here in chat right now. He was here earlier, but... I mean, realistically, if you are someone that has been, like, grinding for Jingliu stuff, I don't actually think it'll matter much to you. Because you should, if you... Sorry, I need to speak English. So from what Axe has told me, he's basically, what he does is he logs into HSR, grinds her domain, and then closes the game. So it's like, if that's how you're playing the game as a Jingliu main, then like it's reasonable to assume that you have a lot of pieces that could be used for an HP scaling Jingliu in the same way that you could use like an attack scaling Jingliu. Now, if you're someone like me who hasn't been farming any Jingliu pieces because I realized, number one, I don't have Sunday, and two, she's power corrupt to shit, I'll be screwed because I'll have to farm an entirely new set, but realistically I would have had to do that anyway, like if I wanted to play her now as an attack scaler. So like, I don't know, like, does it really matter? I mean, not really, but yeah. You lost a lot of interest in Kafka after she basically became unusable. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Like, I feel that she had a really strong player base for quite a while. And then once people realize that Dot is kind of cooked, that's when I literally, like, you can just see it from then on, where it's kind of like not many people did much, or, like, were as hyped and stuff. Do I think that Silverwolf is gonna need a new set? I mean, so I don't actually own Silverwolf. So what does she use now? Like, doesn't she just use like speed? Or I guess wind, right? Maybe. Like, if she's already on wind set, I don't really see a world where like you would swap her off that. But some people use her on the Quantum set. I guess if you had her E1, right, you could run Quantum for DPS. Your E1 cap because collecting dust, yeah. I might get shit for this, but Originally Kafka was a character that I started playing the game for. And then once the community started basically boiling down her personality to mommy issues, that's when I got lost interest and I never ended up rolling her as a result. I like it just literally like the mommy issue stuff just ruined the character for me. And I haven't gotten over it since.
我に力を。我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために。
You're just running a rainbow hyperspeed set? That's fair. I mean, I feel like that's kind of what you have to do, to be honest with you. The community's cooked when it comes to her. I mean, a little bit, yeah. Can't really deny that. You almost started for Kafka too, but didn't. Okay, so that's actually a good... So here's a fun topic. Why did you guys start HSR? Was it for a character? Was it for the gameplay? Were you a Genshin player? I'm actually very curious. Because for me, it was because it was another Hoyo game, and back then I was still pretty invested in Hoyo as a whole, because I liked Genshin a lot back then, and I still do. I still do like Genshin. But then it was also Kafka, so... you've always been more interested in character than meta, so you still think highly of Kafka, Sela, and such. That's fair. Yeah. Completely fair. And my Bronya is getting cooked. And my Tribby. Alright, this is not gonna work. Oops, I did not mean to restart. I meant to left. You saw that it was a Hoyo game that was turn-based, and then Blade is who made you stick with the game even if you played it since day one. Fair enough, yeah. I mean, so when the character that when I started HSR, I originally was playing for 2 reasons that became 3 later. Originally, it was Kafka, because I saw her in the beta, and I thought she was cool. Then, I saw Jingliu's leak splash art, and I was like, I need to get that character. And then, originally, I actually did not like Blade, because I am a huge fan of spider lily flowers. They're like my favorite flower. And I didn't like that they attached it to a character that I didn't care about at the time. Because when the game launched, we didn't know anything about Blade. Why would I care about him? And his design was just kind of like okay to me. But as time has gone on, and I found Blade cool since then, Blade became one of my reasons to keep playing the game and one of my more favorite characters. So... like him using the spider lilies like as his motif, you see it in all his animations and stuff like that. I originally found it annoying, but eventually found it pretty cool. You were a Genshin player. You saw people hype and join during the first anniversary. You were begging. Oh, the Genshin could never stuff. Yeah. That's actually funny, inmate. I will say that in all of gacha, Genshin could never is probably one of the worst aged things of all time. Like, I don't know if there's been a phrase that has aged worse in gacha gaming. It's honestly really funny to look back at all that.
避けられない一戦。我に力を。送ってやろうよ。避難早々。
You started for Harmony Still, stayed because of Firefly and Aventurine. Okay, fair enough. Guns, you were a former E7 player? You got interested from God Doggos? Okay. Yo, Guns, have you, speaking of E7, Have you seen the next game they're releasing? I forget what it's like. What is it? Chaos Zero Nightmare or something like that? Because that game actually looks cool. You've heard about it, but you haven't checked it out. I mean, the art for that game looks sick, and then the gameplay itself honestly looks pretty good in my opinion. So... my entire team is stunned. Nice. Is it turn-based? Hold on. Chaos. I don't actually remember offhand. Hold on. They released some trailers. I'm trying to find it. Hold on a minute. Quick aside here. Chaos Zero Nightmare. Yeah, gameplay. Yeah, so this was the gameplay trailer for it. Let me see. Oh, it's card-based. I would assume, if I had to guess, similar to Reverse 1999. Yeah, turn-based with a card system. Yeah. Let me actually see. Hold on. Yeah, there's a world preview trailer back here. Hold on. Let me, we can take a quick aside and watch this. I have to make sure you guys can hear it, though. Hold on. Need to pause the music. Okay, I'm gonna play a couple seconds of this and let me know if you guys can hear this. Because this is actually a gacha that I've been semi-looking forward to. Because part of the reason I never got into Epic 7 is because I don't like, personally, I don't like starting games a long time after they've been released. But this would essentially be a fresh start with a company that does like their art and stuff to the quality of E7, and I've always liked the look of E7, like characters and stuff like that. So yeah. Sin, you said you can hear it? Alright, cool. Alright, I'm gonna play this. So this is the trailer for the game, not the actual gameplay. But yeah. If I remember right, they show off some of the characters here. So they all look good from what I remember. It's been a while since I watched this. He thought that was MASH, that's funny. Like, obviously these guys are the bad guys, blah blah blah. We leave Earth. And here's the first view of some of the characters. I mean, like, the art looks good. Like, maybe a little simplistic, but good. And then obviously, as you can tell, there's some horror motifs to it as well. Blade flowers, yeah. I mean, obviously, as you can tell, there's some spooky stuff in it. Or at least that's kind of what they're leaning into. But, like, to me, that's interesting.
作戦は失敗です。
何回繰り返しても得意点はなくならない。だったらこんな行為に意味なんてないのに。
And here's some of their animations. This would probably be like alt
悪夢を繰
animations
り
if I
返
had
し
to
てでも
guess.
0から1へ。カオスゼロナイトメア。以上、定期報告を終わります。
Yeah, so this is Uvu, this is Chaos Zero Nightmare. This is made by the people that made Epic 7, which is another gacha game. But I mean, going back here, like these characters look good. Like, I like this character a lot. And you can see here some of the animations. Like, if this is an alt animation, that's kind of crazy. I mean, these are really quick, but like, pretty big variety.
悪夢を繰り
And then I think farther back, where was it? Oh yeah, around here, this is probably like factions, if I had to guess. It's like, here's faction 1,
精神を
faction 2.
構成しているのは
This is like a demon faction, I guess. They've all got horns and stuff like that.
ただの物質に過ぎ
I skipped one. Here's another. These also look kind of like demonish or monsterish, maybe.
の物質に過ぎないという
You gotta have furries, of course. Because for some reason, every game has to have that now, which is fine. I mean, you know, I don't mind Lyacon and ZZZ and stuff like that. They just need to be cool, I think.
ことが判明され
I wonder if this is like... That character almost kind of looks like a nun. I wonder if this is like the church faction. Celestial, this is Chaos Zero Nightmare. This is the trailer for the game. Yeah. And then, here was the gameplay trailer for the same thing. Any dudes? Yeah, there are. Low-key interested? Yeah, I mean, me too, dude.
手加減落ち着いて必ず命中させます。
I like how they have the 2D sprites over here on the left side, like when they're using the cards and stuff like that. You can see some of the gameplay there, like the cards. I would imagine it would be like Reverse 1999, where you can combo cards to make them stronger. I will say, if I can go back for a second here, I don't know if I'm a huge fan of this style of chibis. Like, I don't mind chibis in general, but I do kind of wish they were more humanoid, I guess. Because, like, hold on. Epic 7 character sprite. Let's see. I don't know if this would have the sprites. Maybe in here. Oh, okay, never mind, not this. Let's see, Epic 7 Combat, maybe that would show me what I'm looking for. Okay, here we go. I can just look at an image of this. I'm crazy for clicking all these links. Yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, So like this is what sprites look like in Epic 7. They're definitely a lot more humanoid than like this is. So I do kind of wish it was more similar to this, but then I guess if it was like that, it may be too similar to Epic 7, and that's kind of why they went for something different. But regardless, yeah. I'm secretly hired to promote Chaos Zero Nightmare. I mean, yeah. I don't know, it's just a game that looks exciting to me, so just kind of showing it off here. But yeah, that is like, so a lot of people are only looking forward to the mainstream gachas. So like Ananta or Arknight's Enfield or Azure Premilia or whatever. But there's also cool stuff like that coming out. So I can see a world where games like that pop off as well, even if it's within a niche community. Because there are people that are looking for stuff like that. So. You've been waiting since it was announced. Oh, Jerry, you were you already knew about Chaos Zero Nightmare? Are you an Epic 7 player or I guess were an Epic 7 player maybe? Dude, Tribby, I think I might need to restart here, because Tribby not having any actions for this long is killing my progress. An old friend of yours was an E7 player? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I have not actually played Epic 7 myself, but I have watched so many streamers play the game that I'm familiar enough with the game to like know what's going on with it. I don't know if any of you guys have heard of the streamer Genozod, but I have watched his stream for so long at this point that like I essentially knew how to play Epic 7 even though I never played the game, which is very funny. Pretty Derby Global. Oh, is that the Draco? Is that the thingy, the horse racing one? I'm like semi interested in the horse racing gacha, but it does bother me that it's it is a 4-year gap, which is insane. So like, if they just launch the game as it was back when it was released in the other regions, then like, I don't know that it's gonna do too well. Because from what I heard, there were a lot of problems with that game on launch that got fixed over time, but were still problems. So like, it looks funny, that's the only reason you're checking it out. Yeah, I mean, I'm still down to check it out, don't get me wrong. But I am going into it with a bit of hesitation, I guess. Uma Musume is very weird to you. In what way, Lemon Tea? Lemon Tea. Out of curiosity. These bugs suck, by the way. They're just annoying.
避けられない一戦我に力を
Yo, Blazin, what's up, dude? How's it going? Hope you've been doing well. 4-year gap is kind of a red flag. Yeah. I mean, if they play, because basically there's no way for a gacha to reasonably catch up there. They either have to do it super quick, and like it's a gacha game, so that it's not like they're going to reward you really well for doing it. And that means you have to swipe more. Or there's just going to be a massive gap and you're going to be literally waiting forever to get a character you actually want. So it's like, there's no way that they can do a 4-year gap well, basically. Like, I would be shocked if they can pull it off. Genuinely. You have a horse girl racing on 2 legs. It's not like a Nyan Nyan cat girl. I mean, I guess if you look at it that way, it is kind of weird, yeah. That's kind of funny to think about. You think they're going to go the route of speeding up the process? I can see them doing that, but the issue with that is that that's a very easy way to kill your global audience. Because if you don't give your players enough rewards that they can get all the stuff that you're speedrunning through, then they get pissed and quit. So, like, you can't really win, basically. Are we ever going to find time to play Rivals? I mean, I'm down whenever. I mean, I don't know how much longer I'm planning on streaming for, so I don't know if tonight is the best night, but I'm definitely down to do it sometime during this week if you want. That's what killed Sword of Convallaria for you. Oh, did was Sword of Convallaria, did that already exist before it came to global? I actually don't know. I thought it was a unique IP, like a new IP. It had a global version, or it had an Asian version. Global was speedrunning to catch up. Okay, okay. Yeah, one of my friends was really into that for a bit, Sin. And it honestly, it did look really good. Like, it reminded me of Final Fantasy Tactics, which is like, it's a game that I haven't played in a really long time, but it's also a game that I have really fond memories of, just because it was fun to play. So like the fact that that game kind of reminded me of it is cool, but if they were like, you know, speed running through content and stuff like that, then obviously that doesn't really leave the player with a good experience. So sometime during the week would be nice. Yeah, no worries, Rogue Spectre. I haven't played in a while either. Like it's been like at least a few days, if not a week, since I played. So I would be in the same boat you are. They literally got one of the Final Fantasy composers to do the soundtracks. That's awesome. Like, actually. I mean, it really does make you think, right? Like, what if, like, in a world where gacha games didn't exist, like, imagine a game like that, right? Like a modern version of Final Fantasy Tactics. Like, that would be so cool. But, well, we live in a world with gacha games, so. Are the supports still on strike? I haven't seen anything about that in a bit, Rogue Spectre, but, I mean, maybe. It wouldn't surprise me.
いてね。
代価を払ってもらう。我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った。守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。
いけ
我に力を。
この賭け皆を招こう。
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't know how, I don't think Blade is reaching 30k. I mean, maybe he can. I've still got one cycle, but ugh, this is rough. If I had Jade here, this would be so free though. But Jade is one of those characters that I was never like a huge fan of. So even though she is really good for Blade, I never did end up getting her. Oh man, I just wasted grit. That's frustrating. I guess it is what it is. The sports are on strike and you're a scab. Okay. Did you have you started playing a lot of supports, Blazin', or are you still on your tank arc? Mr. 1%, holy. I feel like I need to save ult. Oh, I just ulted the wrong person. Ain't no way. Oh, he didn't even die anyway. That's crazy. I want you guys to take a look at this guy's HP on the right here that's selected. This guy just took a Blade ult with a Tribby follow-up, and it's E1 Tribby for the record. And he's just barely below half HP. Why do these guys have so much health? We love HP inflation? Yeah. That's egregious. Holy. What is bro made of? Yeah, for real. You've played more support than you have tank? Oh, just this season, Blazin', or Alright, we killed the guy. One dude dead. Not looking good for Blade, 25k. Oh wait, I just realized Jiaocho sucks against the Flame Reaver, doesn't he? Because his summons never take actions. So I'm kind of screwed. There's no way this is gonna get 60k. Uh-oh. I mean, maybe I can hit. I don't know. We'll find out. It's scary to realize that one day 1 million damage will be considered small in HSR. As clones attack? Oh, okay. Yeah, Uvu. Something that I saw on Reddit the other day, which was actually kind of interesting, is someone was saying that instead of seeing like numbers like 50k or 100k or something like that, eventually what we're going to be seeing is instead of like 1 million written out in numbers, eventually it's just going to say 1M. Because we'll be hitting damage numbers that are higher. We'll be hitting billions at some point. Or hundreds of millions, I guess, first. And like realistically, they won't be able to keep doing numbers endlessly. I thought that was pretty funny. Like I could actually see that happening. I mean, with the like, think of Castrese's dragon, right? The amount of numbers on your screen, like. If that was just like shortened into like a one number thing, that might be better.
またか。
発覚を後手に回ってみましょうか。
They have that set up in the anniversary event. Oh, do they really? Okay. Yeah, I haven't done that yet, so. Oh wait, no. Do you mean the money one, like the idle game? Because if so, yeah. I mean, I do have that.
涙雨。
He's still playing Pure Fiction. Unfortunately, yeah, I am. I was messing around with Blade Teams X. Yo, Axe, someone was here earlier asking what your thoughts on the potential Jing Liu buffs are, the HP stuff. I don't know if that person is still here, but someone was asking about it.
動じないで。かくれんぼし答え見つけてごらん。
Osorio, yeah. Osorio was asking what your thoughts were on that.
引導を渡そう。
Or actually, I think they asked, how is Axe taking it? The fact that you're gonna have to refarm all of your gear for her.
世の万物に人事をなす。
I just realized I forgot to activate Fujuan's field again. Oops. It's not great if they change your scaling because our new best team is Tribi Hyacine. Yeah. That's the bigger thing, actually, in my opinion, than any kind of relic farming and stuff like that. Because what should have been a good thing for the players is ending up as something that's monetized, right? Because, like, Jing Liu's best team right now is Huohuo, Robin, Sunday, which is like every hypercarry's best team. That's fine. You know, it is what it is. Every attack scaling one, anyway. But, like, if they change her to be an HP scaler, then, like, now it's not a buff for the character. It's a get the new characters that work with HP or get fucked. So, like, that's just a bad thing overall, isn't it? Like, now you need Tribi because she's the Robin for HP scalers. And then you're gonna want to get Hyacine for the HP drain and the big heals and stuff like that. And it's like how is that I don't know how I feel about that. The monkey's paw curls. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a little bit frustrating. I mean, we'll see. I mean, maybe she doesn't end up as an HP scaler. We don't know. But it's definitely not something I'm like a huge fan of. Jing Liu nerf instead. So I mean, like, I don't think it'll be a nerf, right? Like, she's gonna do more damage. That, like, it would be stupid if she doesn't. But she'll deal more damage if you get her in her new team, assuming the leaks are true. Which is like, is that really good? And the answer to that is no. Obviously, that sucks for the players. But yeah.
占いましょう。そうよ一体。
Yeah, we are not hitting 60k with this one, boys. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. This run is cooked. Blade cannot do excuse me. Blade cannot do enough at the on the first half.
涙雨。触れてあふれる。
砲丸を持ってみるべし。
火力が足りない。お褒めにあせっかくですから。
You wouldn't call that a buff. It's basically just a new character at that point. True. That is also true.
動じないで。かくれんぼしよ答え見つけてごらん。
Acheron weeps for the less than 60k. I mean, if I had a better Acheron build, and also if Blade wasn't shit, this would probably be fine. But we live in a society where both of those things are not true, so...
涙雨。
This is top tier skill issue. Yeah? What's the skill issue, X? What's the vibe on that? Asorio, are you talking about the thingy, the Hollow Zero buffs? Because if those become part of her base kit, that would actually be awesome. Because there's some good stuff in there, like it actually makes her pretty good. Can't clear with Acheron, broken heart emoji. The bigger problem is Blade. Bro got 25k on the first half. So Acheron has to pick up the slack. I mean, I still have an extra cycle here, so there's a chance, but I don't know, this will be a tough one. In 2.0, she's going to be the first one to get a buff. I really hope so. Has Acheron really fallen off? I mean, so I will say, my Acheron build is awful. Terrible. Like, one of the worst Acheron builds you'll ever see. So, has she fallen off? Yes, she's not as good as she was. Can Acheron still clear all the content in the game? Also yes. Mine just sucks. And I think that's definitely something very important to keep in mind. No, I actually do have I actually do have E2 Asorio. That's the sad part. Bro said what? That's funny. Yeah, it's not looking good for my it's not looking good for my Acheron, to say the least. Yeah, this is not hitting 60k by any stretch of the imagination. Holy. Wait, what? Wait. I swear my Acheron had a turn and she just got pushed out of cycle. Well, that sucks. Wow. That is less than ideal. Oh man. But yeah, so this is an E2 Acheron and this is the best build that I can get. So if that doesn't tell you how cooked my Acheron is, dude, it's rough. It's rough out here. I just can't get good pieces for her. Like, I've tried my best, I just cannot get good pieces for her. Just roll better, will do, man, will do. Hack it up with the blade. This isn't the good old days of 1.x. So, actually, I will say, I technically can get a better... I can actually get a better Acheron build, and it's by not running this set, and it's by stealing all of my Herta pieces. But I don't generally like stealing pieces, so I'm basically stuck with this. So Jade Blade can probably clear. Yeah, they definitely can. I just don't have Jade, so unfortunately it is what it is. I'm just trying to figure out what I actually can run. Greedy and stupid. Listen, I am not greedy and stupid for not wanting a character I don't like. What do I even run here? So, I mean, the honest answer is running Castorise, but I will not be running her on stream. I can do that to clear off stream, I guess, if I don't get one, but... what did Jade do to you? I just don't like her. I don't like that she plays with people's lives and that kind of stuff in the story. I think that's incredibly scummy. And that kind of character is not one that I'm a fan of. It's part of the reason that I don't like Yae Miko and Genshin either, if for any of you guys that have played that. I mean, I think Yae Miko is definitely better. She's less mean about it than Jade is, but I don't like either of them. You're a big fan of those kinds of characters? Fair enough. I mean, everyone has their preferences. I'm not saying you're wrong for feeling that way, and in the same way you can't say I'm wrong for feeling the way I do. It's just, it is what it is. Am I pulling an Oxa? I was thinking about it. I really am. Red Rojo. Rojo? I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Basically, I am at a 50-50. And basically the next pull I do will get me a 5-star. And I have to decide between waiting on a Sunday rerun, getting an Oxa, or getting Hyacine. And I'm only going to do the 50-50 because the rest of my Jades are being saved for the collab. So I don't know which one I want to get. I mean, Anoxa is definitely in contention. I just don't know which one. If you want to try out Sunday. I mean, Guns, you're more than welcome to add me. My UID's bottom left. Feel free. But there's not really any content in the game where you can use a support character to fully test a character, which is annoying, but yeah. You could yap about Anoxa, but he's honestly a very weird character. What do you mean by that, Axe? Like gameplay, or do you mean like his actual character? Gameplay? I mean, his gameplay looks fun. It does. But I'm basically deciding, do I want a fun character like Anoxa, or do I want to make Blade better again? Like with Sunday and Hyacine and that kind of stuff. So tough spot to be in. I'm not sure. Do I just say screw it and run Herda in the second half? That's probably the easiest way to get it clear without running Castorise. Say for the totally real 4.0 Blade XP. Yeah, I saw that Draco, yeah, Draco. I saw that. He's supposed to get like a samurai ult or something. I mean, don't get me wrong, it'd be cool. But I also don't know if I fully believe it. My stubbornness to not use Castorise is amazing. I mean, hey, I'm just gonna stick with what I said. I'll never use her in a video or on stream. I got her because I liked her, not because, you know, global passive and that kind of shit, so it is what it is. I guess I could just do Tribi DPS again. You forgot I had Castorise? Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm never gonna use her on stream, so it's very easy to just not know I have her, so. Do I just run Tribi DPS again? It would probably clear. I mean, why not? I do need an extra character in here, though. I think I used Ron May one time. Okay, I just have to hope that Ron May doesn't die, though. Miss Global Passive is just here to look pretty for the streams. Yeah, I guess so. That's kind of funny. Looking forward to the day when I only clear because of the revive. Yeah, Sin, I'll just restart if that happens. I've already done it. So yeah. Trying to avoid Thirda. It's not that I'm trying to avoid her. I mean, I guess I technically am, but I just use her so often that I want to see if I can clear with other stuff. One of my biggest things with games like this is that I don't always want to play the exact same thing because that's how I get bored with them. And that's true in any game like similar to this. It's the same in FGO, it's the same in HSR, it's the same in Genshin, all that kind of stuff. So like that's why I run stuff like in MOC and stuff like that. I sometimes run stuff like Super Break Feijiao. Like, is that the best thing that you can run? Absolutely not. But it's fun. So I sometimes run it. Like, would it be easy to just throw in Herta and clear? Yeah. But, you know, there are other things. Let's do... I guess let's try this. I don't know. We'll see what happens. All right.
天木不破見て
弱火で見る
ほとばしる過去の伝説
Shouldn't I run Aventurine over Fujuan? That is actually so true. I sometimes forget I own that character. My bad. Thanks for pointing that out, Axe. Have I tried Super Break Tribby? I have not, but that actually reminded me that I do want to try it at some point.
運試しと行こう
弱火で見る
I just forget about it, to be honest. That would actually be pretty fun to run. I just missed out on a stack. Hold on.
ひどい雨になりそうだ
運試しと行こう
By the way, I just want to say thanks to all you guys for hanging out, by the way. I appreciate it.
ほとばしる過去の伝説
I always love chatting with you all and stuff like that. It's fun to do, so.
発覚をお褒めに預かり光栄ですせっかくです
I have to be a shill for a moment here if you want to chat more often. I do have a Discord. It's linked down in the description of the stream, but also I will post a link to it in the chat here if you guys are inclined to join. So there's one for YouTube, and for the no one that is watching on Twitch, I'll post it there anyway.
だけ待ってあげる
But yeah,
9 1頑張って
the weekly streams are too good to miss. Yeah, so I'll be honest with you, I really do enjoy streaming and chatting, but sometimes it is a struggle to hit the go live button just because streaming does take up quite a bit of time. Like streaming is basically a night from doing other things, whether that's working on videos, having personal time and stuff like that. But I enjoy talking with you guys, and I know there are some of you, like for example Rogue Spectre, that also look forward to the weekly streams, so I will keep doing them as long as I am able. So
ベッド火力が足りない
動じないでかくれんぼし答え見つけてごらん
oh, you know what? Aren't these bugs gonna stun me through the Aventurine shield? I'm pretty sure they do. I need to be focusing these guys. Well, I'm happy to hear that, Rogue Spectre. I mean, something that I have noticed through streaming is that I don't really like, for lack of a better word, I don't really quote-unquote gain anything in terms of like subs or a whole lot of money or anything like that. Not that YouTube pays a lot of money to begin with, but it is good for hanging out with the community that I've already built. So that's where the benefit comes from. So like my active viewers are the viewers that I would get through streams, like my actual quote-unquote real community. And then the videos are where you build like new people, if that makes sense, or find new people.
全てを失うか
Am I playing any other turn-based games, gacha or not? I mean, right now, I play Fate Grand Order, which is a turn-based gacha game. But other than that, I am not currently playing turn-based games. Now, like, in the past, yeah, I've played a ton. Like, my all-time favorite game is Chrono Trigger, which is a turn-based game. But currently, no.
ぜひ召し上がってください。遊んでよ。
Yeah, for those of you guys that have never played Chrono Trigger, highly recommend. I mean, it definitely is an old style JRPG. I mean, it's like pixel art and that kind of stuff, but personally, I find the story itself very good. There's a ton of content to play in the game. It's very fun. It's even on Steam as well, I think. It's not like you have to emulate it or anything. Oh, you're a fan of it too, Jonathan? That's cool.
発覚を。優しくす動じないで。
出発の涙雨。触れて溢れる。
You need to replay it. The Steam version as bonus content. Yeah, I think, Sin, I think the Steam version has the content from the DS version. I think. Which is more than, like, the original version had, like, on the SNES.
イカ様はなしだ。買いだ。
またか。
気をつけて。サイは投げられ。
If I remember right, I think the bonus content is like the, it's like the dinosaur camp, question mark? I think. But yeah. And that like has its own storyline and everything else, so.
お褒めに預かり光栄せっかくですからぜひ召し上がってください。
You didn't know that? Maybe you give it a shot? Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, it is, like, don't get me wrong, it is an old game. But the gameplay, in my opinion, the gameplay itself, in my opinion, still holds up. The story, in my opinion, is pretty good. And, it's got, I mean, personally, I like the pixel art style. It also has some art from the guy that does Dragon Ball. Like, he did the character designs. So if you've ever watched Dragon Ball, you would recognize some of their stuff. Frog clears the way, goated scene. True. Yo, Danny, how's it going, dude? Nice to see you. Alright, I've still got like a cycle and a half. This is definitely going better than the first time, so that's good to see. I don't need to shield, so I can just basic. Okay, does she still have a buff? No. Yeah, I don't want to really spoil anything, but Frog's story arc is definitely one of the cooler arcs in that game. Especially considering how long it is as well. Like, it starts off very close to the beginning, and you're still doing his arc way later into the game as well. Also, one of my favorite things in that game is the Sin, do you remember the Rainbow Shell quest, the Rainbow Shell quest line? That was so cool to me when I played through it when I was younger, and if you're not familiar with it, you should look it up, because that is so cool. Like, just how long that was set up in advance for you to finally get the Rainbow Shell eventually was just crazy. At least to me. So you'll look it up. Yeah, it's very cool. That might have been DS only content. I'm genuinely not sure. but that was something that you started early game, just like literally at a one-off in a bar, like one of the bars, and then you finish it literally all the way when you are deep into endgame as your characters are getting like close to max level. Like, it's insane how far in advance that was set up. It was always super cool to me. Play Trails. Sanji, I have a friend that is obsessed with Trails. Like, he has put thousands upon thousands of hours into that series. So, I mean, he has sung its praises from every which way possible. My big thing is that I mentioned this earlier during stream, but I struggle to play through single-player games nowadays because my brain always wants me to go hang out with friends instead. So I don't really play much games like that anymore, but I do still have excuse me. I do still have a lot of love for for that style of games. I have friends? No, I'm sorry, I don't. I was lying. There's so many games in the Trails series that you have no clue where to start. So, if you want the honest answer, you start from literally release order, the very first game released. But each series of games in the overarching Trails series are technically their own story. So like if you wanted to, you could technically start with like Cold Steel, for example, but you would be missing context when, for example, like a character from the previous game shows up. And like they do a decent job of explaining who those characters are. But overall, it's probably better to just go with start from literally the first game and then go on from there. So, does anyone know when the next Jing Liu rerun will be? I mean, you would have to think soon, right? Because she's getting buffed. I mean, I don't know for sure, obviously, but you kind of, I mean, that's what I would assume. Alright, Akron actually got over 30k. So DPS Triby just needs to get 27. This shouldn't be too hard, hopefully. Hopefully. You think play from the Sky Arc? Alright, well there you go. I'm pretty sure Sanji has actually played it, so... Okay, why do they keep attacking Runmei? Please stop. I think Robin gets her ult here. She does. Nice. Another game in the ever-growing list. Yeah. Is Dan Hang a dead DPS? I guess I would say Okins. It depends on what you consider dead. Can you clear content with him? The answer is yes. Is it easy to clear content with him? No, not by any means. So like, for example, if you got, let's say, Herda, right, that released in 3.0, you could breeze through all content the game is going to have until probably 4.0. But Dan, and you can be doing that in like just, you know, let's say 1 to 3 cycles, depending on skill issue. Now with Dill, you would probably be looking at 4 or 5 cycles, if not potentially a little bit more. So, is he playable? Yeah. Is he good? Not really in the current state. So it kind of depends on what you consider playable. And perfect relics, yeah. I mean relics do help a lot, 100%. I wouldn't say they're like necessary. It's not like you need perfect relics, but it obviously helps. Like it helps the character remain relevant for longer, so. MC12 has been hell without his E2. Yeah, that's totally understandable.
信じて不可能はないいけ
Dude, why do they... Not a single person has been hit besides Ranmei. Dude!
私がやる
What is this? I'm gonna have to restart just because my Ranmei's gonna die. It's after midnight here. Gonna get ready to head out. Dude, Jerry, thanks for hanging out, man. I really appreciate it.
そんなに焦らなくても大丈夫
Thanks for hanging out. Nice to have you here. But yeah, have a good rest of your night, dude.
いや
Hidden taunt passive? Yeah, I guess. And I guess now the taunt has moved on to Mem. Like, what is going on, man?
いく西風に乗って出発よく見ておいて頼りこれが一心伝心
So Ranmei's thing is gone. That's kind of annoying.
できるよ
Probably skill here to heal.
今に見てて人でなし使っちゃおうかしら
Those reviving mobs are so annoying. Yeah.
パーツ
Alright, finally out of phase 1. Robin is close to another ult here. That's
私がやる
good. Basic here.
私を信不可能はない飛べ研究の価値あり
Definitely skill here. Get the ult active.
いずれ風に吹き落とされるいけ
Okay, these hits are fine. I can do this.
しばしの反響
This is definitely possible. I think it is actually possible to get the 27k I need here. Without anyone dying. Hopefully.
いや
Who do I action fence here? Probably just Tribby. As I say, I'm a big FGO fan. Who's my favorite character, or who would I like to see in the collab instead of what we got? Is my Robin E1? Yeah, it is, Professor. So, okay, so, Osorio, are you familiar with FGO, or are you just familiar with Fate? Because there's a pretty wide difference in the amount of, like, character selection. Because, like, okay, so if we're talking strictly Fate, then I would say my favorite character in all of Fate is Ryder. Yeah, Ryder from Unlimited Blade Works, so the pink-haired girl. Hold on, let me pull that up. Ryder Unlimited. Okay, sorry, Trevi, please be quiet. Unlimited Blade Works. So this character is my favorite Fate character, just in general. You were hoping for Rin? Oh, I mean, okay. Well, all right. If we're considering like people and not the servants, then Rin would be that. But I was mostly thinking like servants. So that would be my favorite character for Fate. If we're talking FGO as a whole, let me see. So Medusa is also in FGO. But actually, wait, hold on. Instead of opening this, I can actually just open the game. Give me a second. Plug this in. This would be a lot easier to just show you in the actual game. Um, is my 3-star Medusa 120? No. So the reason I did not 120 Medusa is because by the time 120ing was released, she was already Bond 15. So I don't really use her as much anymore because I generally always try to farm for Bond. But she is grailed, so
マスター
let me make this a bit bigger. Hold on. Let me put this down here. Oops. So the way that FGO works, if you're not familiar, is you can grail your favorite units, and that takes their level cap higher than whatever it is. So for example, a 1-star, their level cap is 60. A 2-star is 65, a 3-star is 70, a 4-star is 80, and then a 5-star is 90. But you can grail them past that, and usually what people do is they grail their favorites so that they reach a higher level cap. So anyone here that is level higher than level 90 are characters that I really like. Morgan is the highest level here at 120, because I would say in FGO, she is probably my second favorite. I can rotate this, hold on. Transform. So this is probably my second favorite. I like Morgan a lot. She's voiced by Yui Ishikawa, who, if you don't know, is the voice of Stell in the JP voiceover for HSR. Muramasa is pretty cool. For those of you familiar with Fate, this is Ashiro XP. He's pretty cool as well. Yeah, also 2B's VA, Violet Evergarden, yeah. This is Fujino. She's from one of the she's from Garden of Sinners, which is part of the Fate universe as a whole, but not like it's part of the Nasuverse, I guess, rather than like the Fate universe. But she's really cool as well. I'll skip over Melusine because I don't know if I can show that on stream. Yo, Kevin, how's it going, dude? Is that a level 100 Max Foe Morgan? That is a level 120 Max Foe Morgan, actually. And she is also NP5. Counterclockwise. So. Are there any characters from Remnant? There are, but not on NA yet. Sin. Melusine is just small. That's the only reason I'm not sure if I can show it. If you get what I mean. You want to see Jalter? Hold on a second. Jalter... I skipped her. Where's she at? Avenger, Avenger, Avenger... Am I blind? There she is. Yeah, so this is Jalter. Wrote for those. That's so this is her outfit, Rogue Spectre. This is her usual final art here. Both of them are pretty nice in my opinion. You know nothing, but you like her design. Yeah, she's a fan favorite character, so you're not alone. Who else do I like? If you like bunny girls, this is Skahawk. This is her normal final art, but she has a bunny girl outfit, so pretty nice. Let's see. Here's Medusa in the game. So I showed you her on in the anime a bit ago, but this is her art in the game. She's also one of my max Fode characters, but again, she's Bond 15, so I don't really use her that much anymore. For some newer favorites that are characters that I like, I'm a big fan of this character. She's very cute in her event. Okay, you're very new to HSR and you just watched my critique video about HSR. How do I feel about the future of the game? Do I think things will get better? So, here's what I will say. I think that all gacha games, not just HSR, will get worse the longer you play it, because the goal of a gacha game is to get new players in the door. So, if you are someone that is able to move on from games, you will have absolutely no problems with HSR at all, most likely. Because the early game experience for HSR is amazing. Like, you have an infinite amount of content to do. You have tons upon tons of roles you can get to get characters and stuff like that. So for the most part, you'll be fine. But if you end up long term, like a long term player, that's where you can start finding issues with the game, because at that point is when you'll see them. So like, for example, if you get a character right now, a year from now, they're not going to be as good as they are now, which is normal. But if you really like that character and you can't use them anymore, then obviously that's not ideal. So, you just finished Penacony, you're a grinder. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're having fun, keep playing. But when you don't have fun, then just move on, man. Like, I feel like that's the best way to treat games like this. Treat it like a single player game, leave them be. Yeah, 100%. You think you're going to stop renewing your monthly and quit? That's fair. I mean, for me, I'm going to keep playing at minimum until the Fate collab, because I'm extremely excited for it. But after that, time will tell. What other characters are cool in Fate? Oh, here's a summer character. She's like a Gyaru, I guess. But, could I look at your Anoxa build? Sure, quickly if you want. If you give me your UID, I can pull it up. Now that I'm here, which Saber altar is my favorite? If we're talking strictly design, this one. This is a Lancer Saber altar. But she basically got no story. So, in terms of story, she basically doesn't really do anything. So, I can't say I like her in that vein, because she literally has done nothing. My arc is only level 100. I mean, she's only MP2. I could actually 120 her eventually when we get the Servant Coin update. What are Gyarus? Gyarus are like... I don't know if I can really show that on stream. A Gyaru is like a trope in like JP media, like Japanese media, where it's like, I don't even know how to describe it really. Kind of like a delinquent, I guess. Yeah, a bit like a delinquent. Castoria is the best character in FGO in terms of character writing. I agree with that. Yeah, where's she at? Castoria is pretty cool. So anyway, Osorio, to answer your question about who I would want to see in the collab instead of the characters we got, if we're strictly talking about the anime, then I would have loved to see Medusa, because she's just she's my favorite character in the franchise. But if we're talking overall characters, like including FGO, I would say Morgan would be really cool. I would say Nero would be pretty cool. I don't actually have her, but I do like her. Who else would be cool? Some of the characters from the case files would be cool. Like, I really like Gray. She's pretty cool. But yeah. But yeah, Danny, if you send me your UID, I can take a look at your Anoxa. I mean, I don't own Anoxa, so I can't say I'm like the best person to I wouldn't say I'm the best person to like review it, but I can give some general opinions, I guess. Question regarding Pure Fiction. You can get to 3-star. Kevin, do you mean you can't get to 3 stars? Or do you mean you can? Because Pure Fiction is a very different game mode to stuff like MOC and Apocalyptic Shadow. You definitely need AoE. If you don't have AoE characters, then you're on like this really sucks to say, but you are kind of boned. I would say currently the best ones you could use for Pure Fiction, Triby is really good. Castoris is decent. Anoxa just released, he's pretty good for it. I mean, he's not amazing for it, but he's decent enough. Like, he's probably the best you can get, like, right now. If you have Himiko, she's decent. If you have the 4-star Herta, she's pretty good. But yeah. Is the 4-star AoE worth the resources? Yeah, so 4 stars in this game in Pure Fiction aren't bad at all. Small Herta, the 4-star Herta, is actually really good for PF. Serval, is it like she's okay? Like, you would have to invest in Serval quite a bit for her to get a lot of value, but I would say she's decent. If you have Big Herta, which I don't think you do because you said you started 2 weeks ago. So I guess that's not really relevant. Yeah, I mean, if you started 14 days ago, I'm trying to think, who would you even have? You might have Castoris. You might have Anoxa. What are the other banners right now? HSR banners right now. Oh, Akron. Is Akron on banner right now? No, she was last patch. Right now is Ratio. You have Cass and Akron. Yo, Uvu, thanks for hanging out, dude. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Sleep well. Okay, so if you have Castoris and Anoxa, Castoris and Acheron, I'm just trying to think. Okay, so you don't have Castoris's best support, which would be RMC, the Remembrance main character, so that's kind of a struggle. Do you have Jiao Cho for Acheron? Because if you don't have Jiao Cho for Acheron, she's difficult to play in Pure Fiction. Yeah, RMC is the Remembrance main character. You'll get her and Amphorius. Or her or him, I should say. Ron May's a decent support. I mean, until you get the RMC, trying to think. Until you get the RMC, you could run Pella, I guess. So Pella, Ron May with your Castoris. That would probably be decent. So I guess you do have a team. Okay, so you do have a decent Castoris team, and that team will only get better once you get the Remembrance main character. And then, yeah, for your Akron team, that would actually leave you Pella to run there if you get RMC for your Castoris. I'm just trying to think. What else could you do? Yeah, like Osoria said, you could get next patch Cypher is releasing. You could get Cypher for your Akron team as well. As a Jiao Cho replacement, and then I guess your team would be Jiao Cho, Pella, Cypher, Akron. That would be decent. Yeah. So I mean, like, I think you could clear Pure Fiction, but the fact that it's such an AoE shill like mode, like, don't stress about it, genuinely. Because like with, do we know if Cypher's going to be really good? She's going to be good for Fei Zhao, who you don't have obviously because you just started, and she's also going to be pretty good for Acheron. So if you like cat girls, then you would, I mean, I would say it's an easy pickup for you. But yeah. Is Cypher really good for Acheron? She is a side grade to Jiao Cho. And an upgrade to Pella. So for example, if you have an E0 Acheron and your current team is Pella Jiao Cho, you would replace your Pella. But yeah, so Kevin, the biggest thing with endgame and HSR, as a new player, is that if you think about it, right, if you to full clear the endgame mode, like clearing floor 12 on MOC or in the MOC, or clearing stage 4 in Pure Fiction, right? The difference between max completing them or just doing 11 or missing a couple stars on the last stage is only like, it's less than a pull. So you have to think about it in terms of like how much you're getting versus what you're spending. So for example, if you spend 140 rolls to get a character just so you can clear the end game and get 80 primos each time you clear it, then is that really worth it? So like basically what I'm saying is get the characters you want, but go into it being like, I guess you should also consider like the characters that are good for the characters you like. So for example, if you really like Acheron, then it would be good to get her supports. But if you don't like her supports, then don't roll for them just to make your Acheron better. Because you're spending so many rolls on a character you don't like when you could just spend that on a character you do, if that makes sense. Like, definitely don't sweat about 100%ing the endgame, especially since you are a new player. Okay, you said you did unlock the Remembrance Trailblazer. Awesome then. Yeah, so in that case, your Casteries team would be, I guess, your healer, the Remembrance Trailblazer, and then Ron May, and then Casteries, and that's like a really good team. So if you don't know how to build the Remembrance Trailblazer, basically you just want as much speed as possible, and then an ER rope, and that's basically all you got to worry about. Because your goal is to generate SP, and then your goal is to generate SP and then action advance Casteries with the Remembrance Trailblazer summon. So character appeal is greater than meta. Oh, 100%. Yeah, definitely. Now, I will say, excuse me. I will say, if you are a meta player, then by all means, chase meta, right? Like, who am I to tell you not to chase meta if that's what you really enjoy? But chasing meta is definitely expensive. So keep in mind that, like, you won't always necessarily be able to get everything you want. So, like, keeping in mind how much you're spending versus what you're getting out of it is important. Like, that's kind of what I'm saying. You're not a player, you just want Pretty Woman, then yeah, 100%. Do not worry about the endgame at all. Like, clear what you can with the characters you want, and, like, it is what it is. Like, for example, I'm doing Pure Fiction right now, right? Like, if I can't clear this because I haven't gotten, like, let's say Sunday, then so be it. I don't clear it, right? But if I am able to clear it with the characters that I actually like and I've rolled on, then cool, that's awesome. How much have you spent on HSR? So since the game has launched, I've had the daily login the whole time. I've also bought 13 battle passes at this point. And I've also bought a few of the top-up bonus resets. So in total, if I had to estimate, some like around $800. But that's in like 2 years. So like in terms of entertainment value, to me that's fine. Oh wait, no, would that be $800? I guess it would be. Because the double top-ups are 200 each. So that's 400. Welkin 5 times 12 or 5 times 24, whatever that is. It's like 500, yeah. Maybe 700-ish. Do I think it's worth it? I only think it is worth it if you are getting a character you like and just getting one copy of them. I would never say that it is worth it to get Eidolons for characters. Because even characters with Eidolons get power crept, and they're not, like, eventually you won't be able to use them that well. So, in my opinion, it is better to get a character that you like, use them for the time you can, and then by that point you should have a... Like, I would say it is normal by that point to find a new character that you like. And then you could get that character as well. And, like, you have to think about it, right? You're not going to like every character that releases. So you don't have to spend on every character as well, right? So, like, if you want to spend for a character, sure, to get them. But I wouldn't go, like, super crazy on characters. Just get their base copy, have fun with them, and then do it, you know, do whatever. Because, I mean, like you said, you're just here for Pretty Woman, right? So it's not like you need to chase Eidolons to get, you know, bigger damage numbers and that kind of stuff. So. Alright, yo, Danny, I don't know if you're still here, but I don't think you ever sent your UID so I could look at your Anoxa. Dispensable waifus, lol. I mean, a little bit, yeah. You're looking forward to seeing me clear Pure Fiction? Yeah, so this is kind of a meme team. This is a pretty much all support team. And I don't know if I'll actually be able to get the clear here. Because someone might die. I mean, we'll see, but yeah. Bro is not clearing. Listen, I can try. I don't know why you don't see it. Yeah, I mean, it's not showing up in... I'm sorry, Danny. I'm not sure why it's not showing up. Oh, you know what? I think what we did last time is you sent something with the numbers. So, like, send the numbers and then say, like, hi or something like that. Like, hi with the numbers, I mean. Hopefully it shows up. I think that's what we did when we did your account review last time. I don't think it lets you send it. Okay, there we go. Yeah. I think it might be what Axe says. It might not let you send it because it recognizes it as a phone number. Alright, I see that one, though. Alright, copy that. Where is it? This. I think, who's my profile picture? So this is Jing Liu. She's in HSR. She hasn't been ran in a while, but she's one of my favorite characters, so. Alright, so Danny, is this a Herta sub DPS, or is this main DPS in Oxa? Jingli is so cool and you wish you can see more about her. That's what we all wish. We haven't seen her in quite a while. So actually though, supposedly, they announced this at the anniversary stream. So supposedly, either next patch in 3.3 or in 3.4 right after it, we are going to get a animation. They call it like a Myriad Celestia of what has been going on with some of the stuff in other regions. And they specifically mentioned Jingliu and Acheron. So it's been a long time since we've seen Jingliu, or I guess a short time in your case. But we are supposed to get news about her soon. So. How do I feel about them changing Jingliu to HP scaling if that's true? I don't know how to feel about it, Rexcellent. I like that it will make her better, right? It's a buff, but what I don't like is that it will change her team. Because instead of her best team being like Huoho Sunday Robin, it'll now be Hyacine Sunday Tribby. So you have to essentially build an entirely separate team for her, which I don't know if I'm a huge fan of. Danny, did you say what kind of build this Anoxa is meant to be? Like, is this meant to be like a Herta sub DPS, or what was the goal here? Because I mean, with your crit damage and high crit rate, I'm assuming it is a Herta sub DPS, because Herta would give 80 crit damage, and then your crit damage doesn't matter. I need to go get some water real quick, so I will be right back, but give me 1 second, guys. I'm back. Okay, so you've heard a lot about how the gammas yeah, okay, so Kevin, basically what people are talking about is they increase HP of the enemies, and that kind of forces you to either invest harder into your current characters or get new ones that are stronger. Yeah, basically like you said, bullet sponges. And now they are starting to buff characters soon. That'll be in 3.4. Both Jingliu, Silverwolf, Kafka, and Blade are all getting buffs. So hopefully those will combat HP inflation. Like if your characters get stronger, then obviously then the HP won't matter as much. But yeah. Can I review your Anaxa? I think I have already axed, didn't I? Like you had your build on someone else. Will HSR ever reach a point where 1.x characters are unusable? Probably. But assuming the buffs are good, it could stop that from happening. So we kind of have to just hope. My profile picture is the happiest Jingli you've ever seen. Yeah, so this is hold on. Mika Blue Archive. So there's a character from Blue Archive called Mika, and one of her expressions is this like XD face. And someone thought it would be really funny if they put that over Jingliu. And I mean, I found it funny, so You thought my profile picture was Happy Sunday? No, it's hold on. I think I can pull it off my desktop. Hold on. Actually, I could probably just Google it. Happy Jing Leo. No, that's not it. Yeah, here's the original image. So definitely not appropriate for the character, but it's funny regardless. So all right, anyway, yeah, so Danny, as a sub DPS, I think this is okay. I mean, you went for speed. You definitely sacrificed some stats for this, but you do have a lot of it. So, let's see. I would say you're definitely lacking on crit damage, but yeah. I mean, huh. Yeah, I'll be honest. I think the only thing you really need to like this build is fine. Um, if you could get a like a head or sorry, a hat that is literally the opposite of the piece you have, your build would honestly be really solid. Because like you don't need this 8 crit rate because right now you're at 92. Like that's already a ton. Like you're chilling. So what you really need is crit damage, and if you had literally the opposite, which would be like 16 crit damage, then that brings you to like 72 pre-Izamo 110, and then with Izamo you're at 84 110, which I think is a really solid build. And it's not like you have speed on this piece either, so it's not like you have to worry about dropping out of any kind of threshold or anything. Doesn't he give himself a bunch of crit damage? He does, but like, is that really? I don't know if that's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if that's really necessary. Or sorry, I don't know if that's really relevant to like the build itself. Because like you could just have a generically better build and get the crit damage on top of that, right? So wait a minute, hold on. Wait, that's hilarious. Pride One actually added Archer and wait, where's is Saber on here? Oh, she's not imagining. What is she? Wind? They actually added them on here. That is so funny. Could I take a look at your Akron? Yeah, Kevin, if you want to shoot me your UID, I'm totally down to take a look. This will be the only one I look at, though. I don't want to get super derailed with account reviews, so. Gotta ride the hype train. Yeah, that's actually. I did not expect that at all. That was actually really funny to see. I was just coming on here to look at Anox's kit real quick. Yeah, so based on the number of Erudition units in the team, let me zoom in. Based on the number of Erudition units in the team, one of the following effects will be triggered. If you have one character, you get 140 crit damage. So that means with Herda, since he's running them as a sub DPS, you're getting 220 crit damage, I guess. It only works if he's solo Erudition. Oh, right, because he self-counts as one. True. Right. Yeah, so actually no, so you definitely want crit damage then. Kevin, just put the UID in chat and then add something to it. So like if this is your UID, just add on like a hello Bob or something at the end, like that. You can see it in the top left. Because YouTube will auto delete your message if it's just the number, so just add something to the end of it and you can just put it in chat here. All I need is the UID that's in the bottom left of your game. So like for me, mine is 6000 11660. Yeah. All right, I got it. Yeah, so Danny, basically, I think what I said is probably the best thing you can do. Literally just get a hat that is the opposite. Would a head with 2.5 crit rate and 18 crit damage work? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I would imagine, I'm assuming you're dropping the attack. So I would imagine you drop to like, I don't know, 25, if I had to guess 2550 at the worst attack, which is still fine. Like that, you're chilling with that much. So yeah, otherwise I think your Nox is looking pretty good. So there you go. All right, let me, Kevin, let me look at yours real quick. Okay. This looks, I mean, it's decent. I mean, so, is what you said earlier correct? You made your account like 2 weeks ago, 14 days ago, Kevin? Because, I mean, if so, this is pretty solid for a 14-day account. I'd actually say this is really good. Do we just drop it in the chat? Great Red, I'm only doing this one. I don't want to get too involved in account reviews and stuff. So wouldn't an attack orb be better for Anoxa because he self buffs? Yes. Because I mean, especially if you're running him as a sub DPS, you're getting this. So but yeah, so Kevin, if this is actually a 2-week-old account, this is honestly fine. Like you're chilling with this. Your head is pretty good. I will say the hands leave something to be desired. You could have some more crit rate here. That would be nice. Shirt is good enough. I mean, ideally this flat attack would be attack percent, but I mean, I would say it's solid enough. And then your boots, ideally if you had more crit rate, that would be nice, but obviously again, a 14-day-old account like this, you know, that's good. Your orb is good. That's honestly quite a good orb. And then your rope could be better, but again, 14-day-old account. So like, yeah, I mean, I would say this is really solid. You feel the crit rate is a bit too low? It is, but you have to keep in mind this is a 14-day-old account. Like, let me show you something here. So this, oh wait, crap, I can't. Hold on. I don't know if mine is on my profile. Hold on. Oh, it is. Okay. So this is mine. And I have had Akron since her first release at the first anniversary of the game, so like a year ago. And this is a bad Akron build. So like, if it's taken me this long to get a bad Akron build, and you're only 14 days in, like you are chilling. Like this is honestly better than I would expect for a 14-day Akron build. And like some people, oh, you can't see it. I'm sorry. My bad. Okay, so this is mine. 5214. That was my bad. So like if in 14 days you can get this, like you're fine. And like some people are going to get unlucky on certain domains and other people will get really lucky. Like I got really unlucky here, but then I got really lucky here. So it's like, it really just comes down to RNG. So like, at the end of the day, a better build will come with time, and it's just a matter of continuing to grind. Like, do not feel bad that your build looks like this right now, because it'll just get better the longer you play. So, and the good thing is that there's easy rooms to, like, easy space to improve as well. Right? Like if you had a rope with any crit rate at all, immediately you get a better build. If you have hands with any crit rate at all, immediately you get a better build. So like, genuinely, like for a 14-day-old account, I think you're chilling. Like this orb is insane. This is a pretty good hat, pretty good shirt. Like you already have 3 really solid pieces. So it's just a matter of bringing the other 3 up to par, and then you'll have a good build. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. All right. Finally back to pure fiction and most likely losing. Here we go.
見くびらないで
If I skill here, do I get an ult? Oh, I might. I think I do, actually.
使っちゃおうか西風になって
And yeah, no problem, Kevin. Could I say the 3 parts that you need to improve again? Oh, there's a Castoris res. I gotta leave. Yeah, 1 second, Kevin. Let me pull it back up. I would say your rope, getting crit rate here, easy improvement. Your hands, definitely. And then your boots. I would say out of the 3, I mean, your best one is your boots. So hands or rope first, probably. But yeah, no problem, dude. Alright, anyway, I gotta leave. Alright, I'm definitely gonna need a healer for the second half here, which is kind of unfortunate. Well, oh wait, no, the Castory Survive activated. And I don't want to do a clear with a Castory Survive, so... who should I drop here? Probably Ron May. Just throw on Huohuo or something. This should be fine.
ひどい雨になりそうだ。
I do have to hope I get a good score on the first half again.
ほとばしる過去の伝線。
動かない方がいいですよ。発覚をお褒めに預かり光栄です。
They would die immediately without any sustain again anyway. True, but they would get a turn before they do, Wiz. What's good about Huohuo? She gives energy with her ult to the entire team, Kevin. And then it also comes with an attack buff, and she also has when people take an action, they get a heal. So it's just kind of like passive healing with energy, and energy is pretty much always good. Apart from characters like Acheron, who obviously don't use it, so... she's a buffer and a sustain? Yeah, pretty much. Is this like a challenge you're doing or something? What do you mean, Zarashi? Do you mean like with the characters I'm choosing? Or... Oh, and she has a cleanse, I forgot about that, yeah. I completely forgot about the cleanse.
出発の時間だ。すべてが消える。
You have an E2 Bailu. I feel sorry for your loss, man. That's rough. I mean, she is still decent. Like, you can definitely use her as a sustain for one of your team. Oh, you're wondering why I'm against clearing with the Castoris res. Okay, so... I am someone who has said that the Castoris global passive is a bad precedent for the game. But, I am also someone who likes Castoris. So, the meta a few weeks back was to essentially call people hypocrites if they rolled for Castoris despite saying she was bad. And... while I am undoubtedly a hypocrite for getting her in spite of that, I liked Castoris before the global passive even existed. I liked her design and all that kind of stuff. So I don't see why I should be quote-unquote punished for getting a character I like. So what I decided to do is I would just not use her on stream. I will not use her in videos. And if the global passive activates, I will just reset. But in my own time, then I will just play her whenever I want because that's the reason I got her. If that makes any sense. I mean, it's kind of like a... I don't know. I know I don't have to do something like that, but it definitely makes me feel a bit better about the situation. Because I do think that global passives aren't great for the game, but at the same time, I'm playing a game to have fun. And if that means I can never get a character again, then, you know, it is what it is. Are other characters getting global passive soon? It was leaked that other characters are, but it has not been confirmed yet. Like, it has not been in any beta yet. So it's basically, you know, you trust, global passives are coming if you assume that you can trust leakers, basically. Tough spot to be in? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, so, Zarashi, basically the way I'm looking at it is like... Okay, so think of it this way, right? If I am a hypocrite for rolling a character that has the global passive, right? And let's say there are 5 characters that are releasing. And of those 5 characters, I want 3 of them. If all 3 of those characters have a global passive, does that mean that I'm just not supposed to get any of them? Like, there has to be a line drawn in the sand somewhere to where you can say these things are bad while still getting it for a separate reason. Like, I didn't get Castorise because I like the global passive or I wanted that on my account. I got it because I like Castorise. So it's like, that's kind of what I meant. Like, I don't think it's fair to quote-unquote punish people and tell them to not get a character they like just because Hoyo decided to attach that to a character. Like, that's not my fault. That's Hoyo's fault. So I will continue to say it is bad, but I'm not going to let that stop me from getting a character that I enjoy or want to get or whatever. So... yeah, I mean that's kind of yeah, that's kind of where the situation was. Like it was a huge drama between content creators. Like I would say like when Castorise released, so I guess a month ago now. And I was just kind of like, screw this. I'm just gonna get the character I want to get. So, like I said, I won't show her on stream, or well, I won't play her on stream. Obviously, I can't not show her because she's in my character list. But that's just to... That's my own way of essentially being like, I'm against this, even though I got it, so... And I will say that anytime a global passive comes out in the future, I'll probably do the same thing. The only exception that I will make is if the Fate collab characters have, a global passive. That's it. Because I just love the Fate franchise, and I'm not gonna let some stupid-ass situation like this stop me from playing them, so... You're kind of new to the game, fair enough. What's the drama around the global passive? So Kevin, the very short version of the drama was that releasing a global passive sets the precedent that in the future they could release a global passive that has like something more meaningful than Castorise's res. So for example, like a stat bonus. And that's concerning to people because if that were to happen, then that would mean that a character that an account that does not have a character with the global passive is inherently weaker than an account that does. Like, realistically, does it really matter? Probably not. Like, is it slightly concerning? Sure, yeah, 100%. But was it a big enough thing to make a massive, huge drama over? Also probably not. So, it just became bigger than it should have been because content creators started arguing it between themselves and making it a personal issue. rather than just focusing on the game itself. So,
あなた引導を渡そう。
does anyone talk about the global passive anymore? You felt like it was a 2-week thing and then everyone moved on? Yeah, definitely. I don't think it's that big of a deal anymore, but at this point it's more to just sticking to my guns of what I said I would do. So,
動じないで。
涙雨。ひっ降りてあふれる。
don't hate the player, hate the developer. Yeah,
全てが消える。
that's definitely the way to look at it.
準備はいい？焦らないで。
So that's it. You're confused, maybe you're crazy, but you don't see it as a big issue. Yeah, Kevin, that is completely normal. Some people just don't care, right? But other people are, it's just that other people are worried that in the future, it can mess up balancing in the game.
チャンスは
But at this point, like I told you earlier, at this point, I've reached the point where I don't really care what a character does. I'm just gonna get the characters I like. Like, screw it. Who, like, doesn't, you know, it is what it is. If they have a global passive, so be it. So it's like, sure, balance might get screwed up in the future, but at the end of the day, this is a gacha game. Like, we're playing it to get characters and to look at hot anime women and men. Like, find your favorite waifu, find a husbando. Like, it's just not that deep, man. It really isn't. But a lot of people treat it as a lot bigger than it is. And don't get me wrong, I do think it is a problem. Like, I am one of the people that called it out as a bad thing. Like, and I can't deny that.
せっかくですから。
But at this point, I've just kind of come to terms with it, and it is what it is.
見つけて
So,
ごらん。
またか。涙雨。ふっふっ降りてあふれる。
you're gonna put it in every survey from now on that these passives are bad for balance. That's fair. And I mean, they are. That, I think, excuse me, I think that's undoubtable. But also, at the same time,
力が足りない。
is a global passive going to be what kills HSR? Absolutely not. They just made $100 million on the Castery spanner. Like, the game is going to be
運
fine.
命の全てが消える。
準備はいい？
涙雨。
Also, we all know it's impossible for gacha balance to be fair. The dev is very unlikely to listen about passives. Definitely, yeah.
またか。
Yeah, Rogue Spectre, I'm exactly like you. At this point, it is what it is.
ぜひ召し上がってください。すべてを失うか、はたまた手に入れるか。動かない方、発覚を。
遊んでよ。頑張って。
I think I get one more ult here. Please take a turn. Nice.
腰が。
涙雨。ひっふっ降りてあふれる。
Alright, slightly worse than last time, but still good enough. Have I looked into Honkai 3rd's global passive system? You don't know if it's better or worse. So I looked into that. This was a long time ago at this point, but I did look into it. From what I saw, a lot of those global passives are stat bonuses that come from the dorm. So while global passives exist, it's something that everyone has access to. So it's not as big of a deal. That's just what I've heard and what I saw, what I remember. So
力は不協和音が聞こえる。大丈夫かな。コンサート。すべてが共鳴する。いける。にゃ。
yeah, I totally get that, Kevin. I have to basic here. Advance Robin. Basic.
これが維新伝心。
That was already summoned.
不可能はない飛べ行く西風に乗って出発
Dude, these reviving guys are so annoying.
行け
Alright, do I need SP? No, I can scale.
焦らない見くびらないで
So this guy. Heal. In Honkai 3rd, the passives also come from a mix of gacha and craftable weapons that you put into slots. Oh, okay, okay. So who's the main DPS in the all-support team? Tribby, actually. Tribby gets follow-ups every time someone ults. And then I also have her E1, so she makes the entire team deal true damage. So... Tribby main DPS, yeah. I'm just doing this for fun. Like, if I wanted to, there are much better characters I could be running. Like, Tribby is meant to be a support. I'm just doing it for fun. But yeah, so if you notice here, I'll ult on Tribby, right? And then if I ult on RMC here, Tribby gets a follow-up. And you'll see the damage top right, like, it's pretty good. I mean, 300k, yeah. You don't think this clears Axe? I mean, it might not. Who knows? I can just basic here. Actually, I should skill. I have SP. Skill here. Skill. Skill alt. You have faith I can do it? Yeah, we'll see. Tribby does deal a lot of damage being a support. Yeah, definitely. 100%. Is there anyone that is actually worth action advancing here? Not really. Probably just RMC. Might as well. Skill. I can basic here. You're friends with a Kraken, everyone on their account is E6. Damn. Do you actually, okay, so like, for me, I don't really ever find the use of support characters personally, because pretty much the only place you can use them is like, what, weeklies? But for a new player, I can definitely see where they would be, like, super useful. I can heal here. You're more excited for the reworks than you are for the Fate collab? I mean, the reworks are definitely cool, but I am just a massive Fate fan, so that's just where my excitement for it comes from. Basic here. You wish you had a way to tune auto battle. You remember playing a gacha game way back where you could set multiple preferences for skill targets? That would actually be really nice, but we don't have loadouts after how long of this game being out, so I don't know if we can really expect that anytime soon. It would definitely be nice though, I can't deny that. I can just basic action here. You've only ever watched the Fate anime, you never touched the visual novels or the gacha games. Well, so not touching the gacha game is a good thing, Zarashi. It is not worth it. I will say, the story is worth it for FGO. The story in FGO is amazing. But the game itself is not worth playing because the gacha is bad. Like, it's really bad. So if you are interested in the Fate universe, I actually do recommend the story of the Fate gacha to people. But that said, just watching the anime is more than good enough. Like the Fate, I really enjoy the Fate anime, so. Do I think the gameplay would be better by adding a defense button where the character doesn't attack? Okay, so For a while, I thought so. I thought it would benefit it. But the reason that it won't benefit the game is because every endgame content is on a timer. So like think about it, right? If you have to block and waste it, if you have to block and waste a turn, you're like that's one turn that you're not dealing damage, which means one turn wasted in terms of like getting the clear. So while adding a block button would add depth to the game, unless there is content about or that does not have a timer, it is meaningless. And personally, I think both should be added. Like that would be the ideal world. You have no time, you have content with no timer and a block button. But until the first part happens, the second part doesn't really have a purpose. So hopefully that makes sense. Because that in some of my older videos, that was actually something I actually called out. I was like, wait a minute, why don't we have this? And then the more I thought about it, I was like, wait, it doesn't really do anything. So, what if a block gave SP back? I mean, that could be interesting. I can't deny that. I really can't. If that were the case, I could definitely see a world where a block could have use. But also, I feel like SP is so meaningless at this point anyway, that like, does it really matter? I actually don't think I'm getting the clear here. Because Robin is in her... Oh man, this is going to be so close to a clear, but just not good enough. Huh. Because I have to skill here, so that's no damage. Alright, I want to give this another shot. I think it is actually doable. Now every character just does everything. Yeah, that's fair. I don't need to basic here. Okay, so here, basic. Get that on Robin. Basic alt. You agree in pure fiction a block button is useless, but you do think it would be useful for a new player to explore. For example, if an enemy has a counterattack and instead of killing ourselves by attacking, we can block, just an idea. So I think the best way something like that could be implemented, Kevin, is if it was in a kit similar to Yoon Lee. And if you don't know what Yoon Lee does, her ultimate is a taunt and a parry, and then she counters. So more characters like that could be interesting. But yeah. Or I guess if you could block out of turn, then I think a block button would be useful. But if you have to wait for your character's turn and then spend your turn blocking, that's where I could see it not being as useful. But if it's a more interactive button that you can use whenever you want, or if it's on some kind of like a cooldown or whatever, then yeah, it could definitely have use, 100%. Like a quick time event, kind of, yeah. Ooh, I wasted that. Could have basicked and ulted after. Oops. Claire Obscure's combat does the quick time stuff. That combat is tough, yeah. And I definitely think there's a way that kind of stuff could be simplified. Or at the very least made easier than it is in Claire Obscure. But yeah.
れが維新伝心。やっ
Oh, I have to restart. Tribby getting stunned there was not gonna let me clear.
対処法を考えよう。
力をコンサートスタート。争いなんて消え全てが共鳴する。
Do I think Anoxa was a mistake? I mean, in what way, Mr. Meowmers?
頼むよ。今に見てて。
Because I think he's a solid character. Like I don't think he's bad. I don't think he's like disgustingly broken. He's definitely really strong though.
今宵星々の反響。
Anoxa's not game breaking. Yeah, I mean that's kind of my thoughts as well.
私を信じ不可能はない。いけ。
Do enemies attack randomly, or do each character have a taunt value? So the taunt value is applied based on the path. So certain paths have higher taunt value. I think destruction is one of the highest, and then hunt I think is the lowest.
そろそろ西風に乗って出発。
In your opinion, there should be no character that adds all the weaknesses. It's asinine in your opinion. I mean, if I'm being honest, Meowmers, I think the reason that they let him do all of them is because of Silverwolf's buff that's supposedly upcoming. Because supposedly her buff is going to let her implant multiple as well, so... It's actually brain dead, and you don't even need to use his skill. Every part of his kit does it. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. He's definitely a really strong character. But like, do I think he's like insanely broken? No. But that said, part of the reason that Anoxa doesn't seem broken is because everything else is broken around him as well. So like, depending on how you look at it, like, is Anoxa broken? I guess if you look at it that way, technically. But he's broken in a field of other characters that are also broken, so it doesn't really matter, in my opinion. Tribby is broken? Oh, 100%. Tribby is insane. Anoxa gave you a good video idea, though? Well, that's good.
私を信じて不可能はない。
Herda deals too much DPS for Anaxa to be broken, right? I mean, kind of. I mean, not just Herda, though. I mean, Castorise is really strong as well. So, it's not just like one or the other. I mean, Tribby is really strong, Herda's really strong, Castorise is really strong. I mean, even Aglaya. I mean, I would say Aglaya is roughly on the same tier as Anoxa, probably. You think they fundamentally made HSR too simple to cater to the widest possible audience, where mechanics like weaknesses are just kind of a non-issue? Yeah, 100% Rexcellent. Definitely. You think the game broke after Silverwolf Wiz? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't think it was Silverwolf. I genuinely, and I will always say this, I don't. Because, if Silverwolf was kept as the only character or one of few characters that can do weakness implant, I think that would be fine, because that would be a unique thing that only she or only a small group of characters could have done. But now, like, every character releasing can. Like, Akron ignores it, Fei Zhao ignores it, Firefly and Boothill both have implants. Anoxa can implant everything. Like, it's no longer a very small group of characters. So, yeah. It just removes strategic value from the game with the weakness implant. You understand he isn't game breaking. Yeah. I mean, I definitely agree with that, but also I think it's already been done pre-Anoxa is, I guess, my thing. There's no power creep in bossing. Say, yo, Gabby Maru, how's it going, dude? You don't think one single character can break a game? A game can break piece by piece? Yeah, definitely. And it's not like it happened like, you know, with a snap of the fingers, right? Like, it's not like when Silverwolf released, the game was broken, and it's not like when Firefly was able to implant fire weakness, the game instantly broke, or even Akron ignoring it, right? In my opinion, and I actually made a video on this 2 weeks ago, what broke HSR was the fact that they never had a power ceiling. Because, like, if you think about it, right? If Akron as an emanator stayed the strongest character in the game, and everything else had to be below her, then it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Firefly isn't really good. No, she's still good. She's not as good as she was, I would say, during 2.x, but she's definitely still good. Super Break is still decently strong. Heal again here. Hope I've been doing well. Yeah, I've been doing all right, Gabby Mar. Hope you've been doing all right. I saw you got in a bit of drama recently. Hope you have been doing all right with all that. There's a lot of haters that I've seen, so hopefully you're doing okay, dude. You find HSR's simplicity interesting because Genshin and ZZ both have a ton of interesting mechanics to dig into under the surface, whereas for HSR, everything is at face value. Yeah, Rexcellent, honestly, it is a weird scenario, right? Because, like, Genshin has the elemental reaction system. ZZZ has parrying and dodges and all that kind of stuff, right? But with HSR, the only way that more depth can be, you know, figured out, quote unquote, with the game is if Hoyoverse decides to add something to it. Like if they add a block button, if they add new boss mechanics like the dual one that Hule has, right? Like those are the things that they have to add for the game to have nuance. It's not something that a player can really figure out on their own or whatever, which is kind of a really weird place to be in for a game. But yeah. Wua does not like power creep allegations. Yeah, definitely not. I was actually talking about it earlier, Gabby Maru, but the Wua community seems very hostile, which is why I'm staying at arm's length with them. So, weaknesses have been made redundant. Yeah, pretty much. Maybe if they made characters who don't have it... Wait. Maybe to make characters who don't have it be specifically viewed as a downside, requiring that piece from those that do have it. If it's not special, it's a floor. Zarashi, I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I might need you to explain that one a little bit. I'm not entirely sure what you are referencing there. What hour is it for me? It is currently 1:46 a.m. Probably once I finish this Pure Fiction, I will probably call the stream there. We've been going for close to 5 hours now. By the way, I appreciate all of you guys hanging out. If you haven't yet, I do have a Discord, so it's linked in the description of this stream. Or alternatively, there's a link to it, so feel free to join and hang out. So if 80% of the characters have a weakness break, then 20% that don't, it's something to note. It comes into play when you're evaluating and in team building. Okay, yeah. Okay, I totally get what you're saying. Right? So so do you mean, like, for example, like, let's say you have Tribby here, right? And let's say Tribby can't weakness break. Are you saying it would be interesting in its own right because they have to do something to compensate for that? Because if that's the case, yeah, that is actually an avenue they have that could make weaknesses, like, not really unique again, right? Because they're ignoring or they're playing a game separate from the weaknesses, but that would actually be kind of neat. I've never thought of that before. Your phone is at 11%. All right. Well, Rogue Spectre, do you not have a charger? I mean, I suppose I could end stream before your phone dies, but that's funny. I can definitely heal here. I have SP. Skill. Another 3 hours of stream. I don't know about that. I think it's about time I definitely start wrapping up once I finish Pure Fiction here. Is it just you, or is the physical element kind of fallen off? So supposedly, there will be a character coming in 3.4 that will be physical. Supposedly, that leaks. But yeah, if that's the case, we could see a revitalization of it. But for the most part, there's honestly not that many enemies that are physical weak, which I think is the bigger problem. But yeah. What could I do here? Basic alt, probably. Oh, that was dumb of me. I needed a basic and then Tribby alt. Oops. That was really dumb. That's what I get for not paying attention, really. Physical falling off, where have you heard that before? Yeah, in Genshin Impact? Maybe there? Let's see. So we have a character specialized in weak point break, and we also have characters specialized in dealing HP damage. Oh, that could be actually kind of interesting as well. Like, what if there was a character balanced around the idea of ignoring the weakness bar and doing raw HP damage? That could be kind of neat. Another 6-hour stream for real? No. Trust. It'll be over soon. No, I mean, I don't know. I'm just hanging out. I mean, as long as Pure Fiction takes me, it is what it is. Oh, actually, wait a minute. There we go. I got 60k. Not bad, not bad. I describe ZZZ Rupture. Asorio, isn't Rupture just meant to ignore defense, not necessarily weaknesses? I mean, I guess there's not really a difference, because it's not like ZZZ has toughness bars, but... Wait, no, they do. I mean, I guess, right? Like the stun bar? They kind of do. So you know it's not the right time now, but in the future, could you get someone with more experience to help you figure out to get one foot in the end game? Yeah, so Zarashi, in, I just saw you join the Discord, so, I've got a pretty, we have a pretty nice community in there. It's small, but there's more than enough people that are willing to help out. So all you gotta do, I mean, just shoot a message in the HSR, like, chat, and be like, hey, can anyone, you know, give me some pointers here? And usually people are more than willing to respond back through chat or, even in VC if you prefer doing that. And if no one does, feel free to shoot me a message, just like ping me or whatever. I'm down to help out.
私を信じ不可能はないいつになったら終わるいけ
Basic here. I don't need SP, but whatever.
今宵星々の反響
Cool, cool. As a chronic tester, you're not the play. Yeah, but you're also someone that runs Super Break Caster, yeah, Super Break Castorizo. I don't know if you should be taking your own advice, let alone giving it to other people. There's definitely some kind of there's some kind of cooking going on in Wiz's head. Maybe we're all the ones that are wrong. He's got it all figured out. So after stream, you're gonna send me a video. All right, Rogue Spectre. Yeah, sure. I'm down for whatever it is. Your advice is always Sunday. Okay. You got Super Break and Axa to clear in like 200 AV and APOC. Yeah, I mean, Axe. Isn't an Axa like nuts in APOC though? Especially Super Break and Axa. Alright, there we go. Finally got the PF clear. W. So that puts me... Alright, I'm up to like 3 multis now. Not too bad. You wonder how many people are going to go play FGO because of the collab and then discover that it has several more layers of gameplay complexity to HSR, but then fail immediately because it has no auto. I think there would be more than a few people that that go try FGO, but I think a lot more people are going to bounce off of the gacha more than the gameplay. Yo, Kevin, thanks for hanging out, dude. Nice to see you. Hope to see you in future streams. So take care, dude. Am I saving for the Fate collab? Yeah. So since you just dropped in, Cebu, I'll explain this again real quick. So I tried rolling for Moze for 2 reasons. One, because I don't have a C6. He's C5, and he's been C5 for like 6 months at this point. I did 70 pulls and I didn't get him. And the other part of the reason is because if I got close to the 50-50 or even if I lost the 50-50 or whatever, I would have saved that for the Fate collab. Obviously, we now know that the Fate collab is uses separate pity. So there are 2 things that I need to figure out. One, I need to figure out who to use this 50-50 on, whether that is Anoxa, Sunday, or Hyacine. And then I also need to, and then the other thing I'm doing is saving the rest of my pulls apart from that for the Fate collab. So I want to get Saber E0 with her light cone, and I also want to get Emiya's light cone. And then beyond that, it'll depend on what their Eidolons and stuff do. So Cypher not even getting a mention. If I excuse me, if I did not have Jiao Cho, I would probably use it on Cypher. But because I have Jiao Cho, I do not have a use for her on my account, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. I said I'm skipping Cypher. Yeah, I did. You think I should use it on Sunday? Yeah, that's kind of what I was leaning towards. Because like in a world where Blade gets converted into a full HP scaler, and also those Jing Liu things happen where she's an HP scaler too, I won't be able to really use Bronya anymore. So the best team that I'll be able to use is Sunday, Tribby, and then probably, I guess, Ho-Ho just for energy purposes, even though the attack buff wouldn't do anything. So, like, I feel like getting Sunday is probably more worth it than getting, like, Hyacine, question mark. The website I was using, Zarashi, was enka.network. Let me link it to you. There you go. You can look at Genshin stuff there, HSR stuff, and also ZZZ stuff. No problem. Alright, guys. You can use Sunday everywhere. Very worth it. Yeah. Yeah, so don't put Hyacine down. So Rogue Spectre. My thing with Hyacine is that Hyacine doesn't really do much for those characters. It's her light cone. And, like, I know she does a lot of damage, and she also has really high heal up time. But, like, it's the light cone that will give, like, Blade extra stacks, for example, not Hyacine herself. So, like, sure, I could use this 50-50 on Hyacine, but then that means I would also need to probably get her light cone, which is less pulls I have for the Fate collab. And I don't really know how I feel about that, so yeah. So honestly, the best thing I could probably do is just stick with the sustains I have, and then get Sunday. And it's not like Sunday needs his light cone, it's a bonus, but I don't need it. So, yeah. And obviously, if I don't get Sunday, then I would have to choose if I want to commit to the 50-50 or not. I'm not sure about that, but we'll see. He kinda does. I mean, he definitely doesn't for Blade. Like, Blade teams, you don't need it. But for Jing Liu, I mean, unless her SP generation changes, he would probably need it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, especially with, if Jing Liu ends up as an HP scaler and you can't, and like, Robin and that kind of stuff isn't as good anymore. Which inherently means that, like, Gallagher QPQ doesn't work as well anymore. I don't know. Probably not as good, but yeah. Alright, but anyway, for those of you that came out to the stream, I really appreciate you guys, I appreciate you guys hanging out. This is probably where I'm going to call it. It's been about 5 hours, so kind of a long one, but yeah. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. If you haven't joined the Discord, let me post that for you guys again. It's a fun place to hang out. Got a few people there. It's a small community, but a good community, so that is not what I meant to post. Copy link. Does this work? There we go. Alright, so yeah, I will catch you guys all next weekend. As usual, Rogue Spectre, you want me to say goodbye to everyone? Okay, so let's see. Rexcellent, see you later, thanks for hanging out. Rogue Spectre, bye. Blazin, yo, what's up? I'll probably see you on VC after this, maybe, question mark. Wiz, thanks for hanging out. Gabby, see ya. Sin, see ya. Azoria, thanks for hanging out. Axe, we still have to do the Fall Guys event at some point. Bye-bye. Lemon Tea, see you later. Guns, thanks for hanging out. You were here the whole time. Zarashi, see you later. Cebu, thanks for dropping by. Always nice to see you. Is that everyone? I think that's everyone. Did I say bye to Wiz? Goodbye, Wiz. Oh, Infinity, you too. It was fun talking about the Fate stuff with you. So, see you later as well. And Okins, see you later. Alright guys, I will be back for a stream next weekend. If you want to know when that stream will be, like I said, it'll be in the Discord, so there you go. Alright, take care, y'all.